could open this one in a closed session.
What's that?
You could open it up as one closed
Yeah,
session.
yeah. Might as well. Go for it.
I lost the roll call.
Yeah, I roll called for you.
Huh?
I did your roll call.
Oh, you hit roll call?
I hit roll call
Okay,
for you.
okay.
So, you know, 'cause everybody does it, like,
Yeah,
his
right,
isn't here yet, but everybody else is.
yeah,
He'll do
We're all
it
checked in.
He'll do it when he comes in.
right,
It doesn't give you a readout of who has and who hasn't.
yeah,
It's just you gotta do it.
okay.
We're ready. All of you guys are ready.
Yeah, you're ready to go. You're online.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm calling the February 11th, 2026 Newark Unified School District Board meeting to order. And all of you have taken roll call, I understand. Member Aguiano is here. So in a few moments, since we have no one providing, this microphone is kind of loud.
Here, actually, just push it back. You won't have to worry about talking so loud.
Okay. In a few minutes, we're going to be recessing to closed session, where we will discuss public employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaint, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, one case, and conference with labor negotiators, CSEA and NTA. So with that, we're recessing to closed session. Thank you. There's too much. They've cranked it up too much. Yeah,
But just put, yeah, if you just keep it back there.
yeah. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the February 11th, 2026 meeting of the Board of Education. Roll call. Everyone is present. We have just returned from closed session and no action was taken. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Hill, would you please read our meeting guidelines?
Yes, ma'am. Board meeting guidelines. We will keep our focus on the best interest of our students. We will work towards that future, learning from the past. We will stay focused on our goals and avoid getting sidetracked. We will build upon the ideas of others and look for common ground. We will paraphrase for understanding. When we have a difference of opinion, we will debate the facts of the situation and avoid personal criticism. We will address processes, not persons. We will respect differences. We will never dismiss or devalue others.
Thank you. Next, we are at that point of the agenda where we will approve the agenda. Is there anyone on the board that wishes to pull any? Okay, I would entertain a motion for approving the agenda.
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
Okay, please vote. Wait,
There you go.
there you go.
Oh, you pushed it too fast. Nobody had a chance. Just do it again.
Start voting. Okay, please vote.
She still didn't finish. It's a couple more. One more. Nancy.
Okay. And the motion is approved with student board member absent. Next, we move on to employee organizations, and I promise this time I will remember to call on all three organizations. NTA?
Hello, school board members. People were saying that we're working.
Oh, sorry. It is now.
All right, thank you. Hello, school board members and members of the Newark community. As many of you know, my name is Rachel Bloom, and I'm usually an engaging and enthusiastic elementary school science teacher at Coyote Hills and Birch Grove Intermediate. This year, I am serving as Newark Teachers Association's grumpy, but trying her best, president. I would like to thank the board for adding employee organizations to this evening's agenda. Tonight's agenda has a very hot button issue on it, the fiscal and resources alignment plan. I'm thankful to the creators of the board agenda for giving us an opportunity to address the presentation, since at no point were NTA elected leaders sought out to provide feedback on it. At no time before this school board meeting did any NUSD executive cabinet member seek us out to review the whole plan, get feedback, or hear concerns. This evening is the only opportunity that elected NTA labor leaders have to provide feedback. I invite all school board members and members of the community to listen carefully to our concerns about the presentation that will be shared with you later this evening. Let's be clear. The presentation you will be hearing soon does nothing to support teaching and learning. It does not take school site needs or the district's legal operation or fiscal needs into account. It is an unacceptable plan that takes zero consideration into the needs of our students and their families. When concocting this plan, members of the executive cabinet did not take the specific needs of individual sites into consideration. The plan mentions the reduction of services of a classified behaviorist. First of all, there are no classified behaviorists. Behaviorists are NUMA. Perhaps a contracted behaviorist position is being targeted. In that case, district management is choosing to take away a position outlined in Coyote Hills and Schilling's School Plan for Student Achievement, their SIPSA, citing position closing due to grant funding. A SIPSA is a document created by the members of the site's school site council. School site councils contain educators and staff members that work at the site. SSCs contain parents whose child attends school at that site. A school site council that adds a position to their SIPSA does so because they know their site. They know the needs of the students at their site, and they know what supports their students need. District management has no business overriding the desires of a school site council and their SIPSA that the school site council has carefully crafted to meet its students' needs. The Dean of Students position is listed on the position as a position that will be taken away. The report says position closing due to grant funding. My understanding is that the Dean of Students position at Newark Middle School is on Newark Middle School's SIPSA. District administrators have no business removing staffing from a site that is supported by the site's SIPSA. The creator of NMS's SIPSA knows what is best for Newark Middle School. If Newark Middle School SSC members know that a staffed Dean of Students position will support teaching and learning at NMS, it is unacceptable that district level management ignore its SIPSA. School board members, when district personnel share this plan with you later this evening, call BS on them. Tell them to come up with a real plan. Tell them you have no intention of approving a plan that completely disregards site needs and wishes. When concocting this plan, members of the executive cabinet did not take district legal needs into consideration. The plan that will be presented this evening calls for laying off an IMC clerk. Our instructional materials center simply cannot provide Newark students with required instructional materials if only staffed by one person. It is not possible. IMC is responsible for getting all instructional materials checked into the system and out to sites. They are only given weeks, a few weeks, to send out thousands and thousands of items to all of NUSD's school sites. IMC maintains instructional materials throughout the year. At the end of the year, IMC staff collects, refurbishes, and redistributes all curriculum, TK-12, so sites can be ready for the next school year. So that you all don't get sued and slammed with dozens of Williams Act complaints. If IMC is not fully staffed, students will not have textbooks they need. If IMC is not fully staffed, educators will not have the supplies they need. School board members, when district personnel share this plan with you later this evening, call BS on them. Tell them to come up with a real plan. Tell them you have no intention of approving a plan that will leave students and teachers without textbooks and instructional materials. Tell them you will not approve a plan that sets NUSD up for endless lawsuits and Williams Act violations. When concocting this plan, members of the executive cabinet did not take district fiscal needs into consideration, even though that is supposed to be the whole point of the presentation. The plan suggests laying off an offset press operator. For years, educators have been told over and over again to utilize district graphic arts services over site copy machines. We have been told it saves a significant amount of money. Some sites are easier than others to get jobs sent over to graphic arts, but once that order is sent, the completed materials get sent back to us very quickly. A fully staffed graphic arts department makes it possible for NUSD educators to have copy jobs completed at a more economical rate. Without a fully staffed graphic arts department, we won't be able to send as many jobs to graphic arts. The money-saving measure will end up costing the district more money in the long run. The plan suggests laying off an equipment mechanic. It was our equipment mechanic that also served as a district bus driver. The district currently has state-of-the-art buses sitting in the parking lot at MOT with no bus drivers. This leaves teachers having to pay several $1,000s to a charter bus company when they should only have to spend a few $100s to use district buses. School board members, when district personnel share this plan with you later this evening, call BS on them. Tell them to come up with a real plan. Tell them you have no intention of approving a plan that will end up slowing down the efficient operations of the district and costing the district more money in the long run. So far, you have heard about how the proposed plan has not taken site needs into consideration, district legal needs into consideration, and district fiscal needs into consideration. When concocting this plan, members of the executive cabinet did not take district operational needs into consideration as well. The plan calls for the layoff of a human resources clerk. If that person is laid off, who will take on those responsibilities? Who will get guest teachers' positions filled? How will absences be accounted for? Will those things just not get done? The plan suggests laying off an office manager. Who will handle the responsibilities of the laid-off employee? Will they be added to someone else's plate? CSEA members are already underpaid, underappreciated, and overworked. What is being proposed is impossible to implement without vital operations failing throughout the district. School board members, when district personnel share the plan with you later this evening, call BS. Tell them to come up with a real plan. Tell them you will not approve a plan that disregards the importance of CSEA employees and the role they play in day-to-day running of the district. Tell them you have no intention of approving a plan that disregards the operational needs of the district. Tell them you will not allow them to destroy the district you were elected to govern by adopting a poorly thought out plan that will cause important roles to go unfilled and jobs to go undone. The plan calls for layoff of custodians. We literally cannot find enough custodians to adequately staff sites and serve as substitute custodians. Maintenance workers, the guys at MOT that are supposed to do all the repairs and maintenance jobs, are constantly pulled off of maintenance jobs to go fill in as custodians. This causes repairs to be delayed. School board members, when district personnel share the plan with you later this evening, call BS on them. Tell them to come up with a real plan. Tell them you have no intention of approving a completely illogical plan that will end up leaving Newark schools filthier and even more run down than they already are. Tell them you will not approve a plan that disregards the important CSEA employees' play in day-to-day running of the district. Tell them you will not allow them to destroy the district you are elected to run by adopting a poorly thought out plan that does nothing but create dirtier and more rundown schools. When concocting this plan, members of the executive cabinet did not take district enrollment goals, your goals, into consideration. The alignment plan calls for laying off an online learning teacher. My understanding is that role refers to Crossroads. School board members, if district management is calling it an online school, then either they don't know what they are talking about or they are knowingly lying to you. Crossroads has not been online for at least 2 years. It is a WASC accredited school. Teachers meet with students on a regular basis. The reason for declining enrollment is not due to lack of community interest. It is due to the district office gatekeeping, not allowing families to enroll in that program or transfer to that program. School board members, when district personnel share the plan with you later, call BS on them. Tell them to come up with a real plan. Tell them you have no intention of improving a plan that would close a program that could be used to help increase district enrollment. Lastly, when concocting this plan, members of the executive cabinet did not consider the most sensible way to reduce district costs and financial waste. The plan conspicuously contains no mention of reducing the number of district office level management. I count at least 9 different assistant superintendents, directors, managers, and coordinators listed on the district webpage. The harsh truth is that some of these people do not contribute significantly to the teaching and learning that is supposed to happen in this district. Literally. Mention a name or two from that list to an NTA or CSEA employee, and you may get a, who is that? Or, I think I know that name. What do they do? If the executive cabinet was presenting a real plan, then they would have enlisted at least one district-level administrator position on the reductions list. So here's my big finish. School board members, tell members of the executive cabinet to stop lying to you, to stop misleading you, to stop suggesting solutions that will lead to lawsuits and legal violations. Tell them to stop suggesting solutions that will increase operating costs while decreasing operational efficiency. Normally, after presentations, you all show appreciation for the work staff has put in, especially you. You're so nice. This evening, we are asking you to be the voice of the Newark Unified School District staff, students, and families, stakeholders that have not been given a voice in this process. Tell executive cabinet members that you do not appreciate the work they supposedly did to create the useless and unrealistic plan they created. Tell them you expect, want, and demand a better plan and an equitable plan. Tell members of the executive cabinet that you will not accept anything less than a plan that will create the schools that our Newark students, families, and community deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. CSEA? Welcome.
Good evening. Hello, members of the board, staff, and community. My name is Sarah Kieser, and I'm the CSEA Vice President and a member of the CSEA negotiating team. I'm here tonight to address the fiscal and resource alignment presentation. As usual, all we see is this presentation is a list of staff reductions for CSEA and NTA members. This time, dollar amounts are included. Unusual. However, we are still missing the details as to why these positions were selected and who will absorb the work being performed by the reduced positions. The minimal plan lacks the details provided in the past. For the majority of the reductions, the justification is lack of work. Well, if you have to give it to somebody else. I will come back to the alleged lack of work later, but first, I want to ask, where are the cuts for the management positions that cost the district more on average and have less to do with our students' daily lives? You claim that students are a priority while constantly pulling staff members away from their daily work. Also on the agenda tonight, you dare to make a recommendation to increase the superintendent's salary by $40,000. It's almost a 15% increase to our superintendent's salary, which is even more than the 13.2% increase you provided to our new CBO before she even started. How dare you do that? How dare you sit up there and tell us that you have to keep making cuts to right-size our district, even as enrollment continues to decline, and while you have the nerve to increase our superintendent's salary and claim it is so we can attract someone who is qualified. Increasing the salary with money from the backs of the CACA and NTA members, positions eliminated in your presentation, will not increase the chances that you will hire a superintendent who can pass a basic Google search. Based on the proposed superintendent salary schedule, our superintendent will be paid at the rate of about $58 to $66 a student. This is automatically high, considering Oakland Unified pays its superintendent $11 per student, and New Haven, the highest per student ratio in Alameda County, pays its superintendent $35 per student. Why are we continuing to throw money at superintendents who do not come from the area and never seem to last through their entire contract? The most recent ones don't commit to moving to the area, let alone stick around long enough to be a consistent, effective leader when they're only partially here. We need a superintendent who is committed to being here for the students. You know, the priority and the reason we're here, right? As presented to us at our LCAP meeting, our district has the third highest enrollment decline since the 2020-2021 school year and 2024-2025, with 841 students who have left our district. That is a 15.27% drop. That is an average of 168 students per year. This is not a good look for us. The only other districts that have a higher percentage are Emeryville and San Lorenzo. The only reason that Emeryville is higher than us is they had such a small population of students to start with. They lost 108 students with a starting enrollment of 698. San Lorenzo has lost almost 1,500 students. Even Fremont, which has lost over 2,000 students, is the 5th lowest in the county. This is not encouraging for us as a district. It shows that people aren't sending their kids to public schools, or maybe there just aren't as many kids in the county. There are many reasons, I'm sure. Why do we continue to have so many management positions that are so highly paid while our staff, who spend most of their time with our priority, the students, are constantly pulled away and laid off year after year? There's a Reddit post in a Bay Area forum that was shared with me that asked, why are there so many school districts in financial trouble? And I wanted to share it with you because I believe it sums up the entirety of everyone's frustration with our board members and school districts as a whole. The original post says, I'm a school board member. The knee-jerk reaction to blame administrative bloat isn't a fair analysis for most districts. We're talking about a complex system of multiple schools, maintenance needs, curriculum support, folks to ensure we have books and toilet paper. This is not a one-room schoolhouse from Little House on the Prairie. You necessarily have non-classroom administrative support because you want teachers to be able to teach. You pay superintendents a wage that reflects the competitive market for these hires and the fact that they are running complex organizations of people. The response, when it comes to admin, it's we have to offer a competitive market rate to get qualified applicants. When it comes to teachers, or classified staff as the case may be, it's we can't make money out of thin air. Thank God for unions who push back on the self-serving entitled bullshit. Now let's circle back to the lack of work that I mentioned earlier. If you eliminate the graphics position, then the district can no longer bring in outside graphics work, which helps support the general fund. The graphics department has worked closely with the business department in the past to remain competitive with other local companies and ensure that outsourced projects cover the cost of staff salaries, including supplies such as paper, toner, and the use of the machines. This has not been updated in 4 years, so our business department should look into that and review this information. It also saves the district money since the copy machines at our schools and the departments are leased to us, and each copy costs approximately 40 cents. Personal printers, which many staff members have access to for color copies because our school machines are only black and white, are more expensive than those. If they use the graphics department, copies are 0.039 cents for a black and white copy and 0.075 cents for color. If the copy machines at school sites and departments are used for teachers to prepare their materials, they will spend most of their time in the office, instead of being able to prepare for their next class while waiting for the copier to become available. If you eliminate the human resources clerk, formerly known as the substitute placement clerk, who will make last-minute arrangements for substitutes at the sites, especially if there's an issue with our frontline absence program. This position manages staff absences and leave balances, among other specific HR duties. At the beginning of this year, Assistant Superintendent Williams explained why all the positions he requested were necessary. This included the HR clerk. In the Instructional Materials Center, IMC, are the two people who prepare the curriculum also responsible for preparing the instructional materials as they come in. Sorry. This is not just a new curriculum for adoptions, but for all curricula, such as the new library books and science materials for our science programs, which are handled throughout the year. They deliver the life science curriculum in March daily across various sections of the classes. Cutting one of those positions has ramifications for inventory processes and Williams Act compliance. You can't claim that the position control vacancy reductions of $1.5 million represent actual cost savings, especially since we don't know what those positions are. There's no transparency, which you all claim to have. If position control were in place, positions should have been closed when they became vacant if they were determined they were not needed. The budget for these vacant positions has likely been moved to pay for other things. So because we don't know what there is, we can't say there's a cost savings. It just shows that management doesn't know what they're doing and isn't doing their jobs correctly. You state that the MOT supervisor is a cost-saving measure, but that job has been non-existent for years. Even when our district had over 10,000 students and was only brought back last year. You had to lay off a bunch of classified employees to fund that. You're in the process of hiring an IT manager, while the district has been running with only 4 IT staff forever, since that department has been put together. 1 director, 2 classified technicians, and 1 SIS/state reporting person. This position has remained unfilled for the entire year. Want to save more money in the general fund? Don't fill it. Another cost-saving measure would be to stop paying for contracted employees. For example, you claim people don't want to work here as paraeducators, but that could be for several reasons. The main one being that staff are not paid a fair or competitive salary. NUSD has the lowest pay scale in Alameda County. There is a reason that they had to bring to you the request to go up to minimum wage, including other districts that offer benefits to their classified employees. There's also the fact that they were constantly laying off members year after year. So maybe they don't see the point in joining us. Maybe our lack of advertising or our failure to help people actually apply has something to do with it. Who wants to come to a district when people can't be bothered to talk to you or explain the hiring process? Or when you get hired, they just kind of dump you and say good luck at your new job. Prospective employees are told to go on EdJoin, and it's left at that. Or you can make so much more money working for a contractor, even without benefits. It doesn't matter because you have better income in your pocket. It might be better for the worker, but is it better for the district? Have you compared the cost of a contracted employee to that of an FTE employee? You know, someone who actually works here and has something invested. I would work for someone else too if I had more disposable income and was treated like my work was valued by more than just my coworkers. You continue to remind us that we need to hire more staff, but the executive cabinet continues to work with contractors. For example, the HR director position was reinstated at the beginning of this year. There have been 3 contractors working in that role. And if you were to look at EdJoin right now, you would see that the position has not been posted. Are the 3 contractors staying within the budget of that director's position? Is there a plan to hire a director, or are we going to continue keeping contractors has been the leadership style for the last 2 superintendents. The board is supposed to require clear documentation demonstrating that any contracted work is truly temporary, specialized, or emergency-based. None of that happens, since you believe everything that's presented to you without question. If someone says a contract is required, you just sign off on it, no questions asked. For example, in this presentation that lacks the thought process, you will end up approving it just like you did last year without understanding the people involved or the jobs that it affects. You do not realize how much the district will end up spending on outsourcing these projects. The executive cabinet makes unilateral decisions without understanding the additional work that they create. They expect things to be done on their timeline, which is not always realistic, and thereby penalizing staff for not doing so in what they consider a timely manner. Staff cannot magically snap their fingers and make the changes expected to occur while they are trying to fill multiple positions. These positions have often been closed without consideration of where that work will end up. Executive cabinet also fails to recognize that they do not exist in a vacuum. We are a unified school district. Let's work as a unified team. This has not been the case for a very long time, and the executive cabinet continues to prove they won't work as a team with our members. Why is the focus of layoffs always CSEA and NTA? We have agreeing with Rachel, we have so many management employees who do not even do the jobs they were supposedly hired to do, yet they are considered critical to our district's success. Why? What are they doing to help our students? As CSEA members who have been blindsided by this information and have seen their jobs listed for elimination start reaching out with concerns and worries, we're trying to reassure them. Unfortunately, the classified seniority report that we received does not offer guidance on options for our members who may be moving into other positions or bumping others out of their jobs. Not only was CSEA given very short notice of these layoffs, so there was no chance to speak with the membership to support them before it was announced to the world, but there's also no way to know what their options are. This is unacceptable and continues to be the pattern of the executive cabinet and board here. You should all be ashamed of yourselves and think about the decisions that affect the students, the ones we're here for. Yet we can all recognize that your priority is lining the pockets of the superintendent and the executive cabinet with the assumption that more money brings in better quality. It is a much lower priority to take care of those of us who actually spend time with our students and are at the schools daily, taking care of runny noses, cleaning the bathrooms, feeding them, getting punched in the face, making sure staff are paid on time, onboarding new employees, greeting parents, making sure customer service is a priority, helping new parents understand the way things work as they drop off their new student for the very first time, making our sites look presentable, setting up for site events like graduation, preparing classroom materials and delivering them to sites in preparation for the school year, printing materials for our teachers instead of making them use the more expensive copiers and offices on their prep periods, making sure our equipment is running correctly without massive expenses, setting up for the book fairs at our elementary sites, and providing safe spaces for our middle school students that it's quiet during the break for their libraries. These are examples of CSEA positions in our district. It is unacceptable that we are continually a low priority for the executive cabinet and the board. You can choose a different way to balance your budget and then chase the money throughout the year. Cut operating expenses, materials, and supplies, rather than cutting people who want to have a meaningful career serving our NUIC students. Thank you.
Next, do we have someone from NUMA here? I guess not. Okay, so next we go on to public comment on non-agenda items, and I do not see any call for public comment on non-agenda items. So therefore, we have 3 people. So on agenda items, the speaker may speak later if they wish, when the item is called, or they can speak now. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes each, and we will take comments for up to 20 minutes. So we begin with Mary Alberts. You say 7.2, but could you speak to, do you want to speak to a specific agenda item? So it's non-agenda. That's fine.
Well, kind of not.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Mary Alberts. I've been a speech-language pathology assistant with NUSD for 20 years, a little over 20 years. This is the same speech, I just scribbled on it from last year, and guess what? Not a doggone thing has changed. I really can't say much. Sarah and Rachel said it all, and I can't say it better. But it's just disheartening that for 20 years I have watched CSEA and NTA fight for measly peanuts of a raise, if we get one, but yet there's always money for superintendents to get raises, for way too many people to be in the district office, in my opinion. I don't even know what they do. They were right. I looked at the names. I'm like, who are these people? What do they do? But I just feel like we talk and talk and nobody listens and nothing changes. And the kids are never the priority. And it's just very, very sad. And I don't know. You all need to start listening to us. We're too top heavy. Those of us in the trenches are just overworked, underpaid. It's just sad. Y'all need to get it together.
Paula Clevenger and Cindy Parks, would you like to speak now or during the item itself? I would like to speak during the item itself. Okay. Ms. Parks, okay. So next we move on to the agenda, 8.1 fiscal and resource alignment presentation.
Good evening, board. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to talk with you with regards to our fiscal and resource alignment plan. We know that these are very difficult decisions. They've been tough decisions over the last few years while I've been here. And I most certainly understand the concerns that are coming from our unit members. Hearing that makes me sad in some ways because I know it's difficult. It's difficult with work that people have given for years. But I think we need to go back to a little bit of history. If I can go down to slide number, next slide, please. What history? Next slide. There we go. A little bit about our history. When I first came here to the district, we had about a $14 million structural deficit. The district did close the gap, but each year as we continue to lose enrollment and ADA, we have to continue to adjust and right-size the budget. The district did some hard work in 23-24 with Mike Berg regarding developing strategies as part of a budget reduction plan. The plan was not to be implemented. The plan was to be implemented over a 3-year period, but we continue to adjust as we align to current enrollment figures and guidance provided from the state's budget. So this evening, we are sharing information that surrounds our current financial situation and recommended reductions to align to our program and fiscal changes. Before we go there, I do want to say that the board does have choices. By all means, you have choices, and we need your guidance. We need to really be able to look at what we need to be able to do to be able to move the district forward and not have other people make decisions for us. That's always a concern. You've had letters that come from the county. It's tight. Every district that has declining enrollment is struggling with this very question as to how do we go about continuing to right-size our districts. And I will tell you, it's getting harder and harder. There are less people to be able to do the work. And that's across the board. We finally have been able to start to make some academic differences with some of the work that's being done. You do need to have consistency in your educators across the board. That includes our classified, certificated, and management employees. Next slide, please. This time I'd like to ask our Assistant Superintendent CBO, Victoria Knudsen, to give you some comments with regards to enrollment versus attendance.
Thank you and good evening, Board of Trustees. In order to start tipping at some of the information about funding, I would like to go over what the district has experienced in enrollment and how that's impacted our fiscal funding. So our attendance is what directly funds our budget. It comes in the forms of LCFFs and state dollars. And unlike the one-time dollars that we have in grants that go towards our restricted budget, the restricted budget only covers for supplemental programs and needs. So the unrestricted budget, which is driven by enrollment and our ADA counts, is what pays for teachers, administrators, classified staff, all of the benefits, and our operating budget. So all of this was taken into consideration when we completed this analysis for your review. So there is a difference between what is enrollment and what is attendance. And this is the California Department of Education definition. Enrollment is the count of the students that are officially registered and signed up to attend school. But our attendance, which I refer to often as ADA, measures our actual days that students do attend school, and that's what determines our funding, not the enrollment piece. Next slide, please. These are our actual enrollment versus attendance numbers since the 22-23 school year. The yellow bar does represent our enrollment, where we started for this presentation. 4,952 students were enrolled for Newark schools. And today, 25-26, we are down to 4,410 students enrolled in our schools. But when you compare that to students attending classes, which is their attendance, their ADA, we have started in 22-23, 4,574 students, and in today's, the current year, 4,180.9 ADA count. So that is a significant difference when you compare enrollment to attendance. We have close to 300 students on average that are enrolled but don't come to school daily. And the percentage of that falls right between about 6% annually. Next slide, please. And I had mentioned earlier, we do get funded on the attendance portion. What has, I will say, soft landed us into funding is that we are funded on the green bar, which is the higher number of a 3-year rolling average. This is a new funding method that came into play from the state after COVID, where we are allowed to use the prior 3 years and average that out to give us a funding ADA number. So we are using the green number, the green bar number versus the red. But if we continue to use a rolling average, it will just trend that we will continue a decline in the average number moving forward. This slide is from our unaudited actuals for the past 3 years and the first interim that was presented in December. You can see that in each one of our funding categories, we have LCFF state sources, federal, state, and local revenues, where you can see that overall in the total, we do have a decline in revenues coming into the district. But when you compare that to the next slide, which is our expenditures, still taking into account the unaudited actuals and the first interim for the 25-26 school year, we are increasing our expenditures from year to year. So there's not a correlation to what we bring in and aligning our revenue to our expenditure pattern. We are deficit spending. Our next slide is just a simple pie chart. It breaks down how we budget. 68% of our budget does go towards staffing and benefits. Those are salaries, those are pension costs included. And the rest is what goes to books and supplies or other contracted services.
Yeah, I just wanted, if we can go back to the last slide, please, for a second, because I think the pie chart's important. One of the things that we've talked about is the idea of being able to, how do we continue to attract and retain employees? We know that our outsourcing services are high. They tend to be the highest in our special education and our maintenance and operations area. Those are the two highest areas of service that we've been doing contracting services for a number of years. It's a place that we really want to be able to close down the gap. We have continued to increase those contracts, especially in our special education, to be able to support the increased number of students that have IEPs. We know that it's a concern. It's an area that we find critical, that we believe that we need to do a deeper dive. And we need to be able to work together collectively to be able to come up with other systems to be able to support what's going on with our students. We know that we're missing tier 2 and tier 3 interventions. I think that's an important element that as we move forward, we need to think about what that service alignment looks like and how to provide those services here internally versus having outside sources covering it maybe with incorrectly or inaccurate information within the IEPs as to whether or not it really is a disability or whether or not it might be a behavioral type issue that's going on. These are difficult conversations. There's a maintenance of effort that has to be considered when you look at this. And by all means, those outside contractors were costing us a tremendous amount of money more. Most of it wasn't even going to the contracted employee. It's staying with the agency that actually then receives kind of they're the agency that we're actually contracting with, not necessarily the employee itself, right? So they actually receive a percentage on top of what they're paying their employee. Ultimately, we want those to be people that are here. And I couldn't agree more with what CSEA said with this is something that we really do need to look at the structure of these hard to fill positions and how do we make sure that they are being paid at a level that we can go off and attract them.
Thank you. So in comparison between our revenue totals and our expenditure totals, in the 22-23 fiscal year, we did have an excess amount, in excess of $11.2 million. That is not deficit spending. We were also in a position to have carryover from the 21-22 school year of $23.2 million, giving that fiscal year a total ending balance of $34.4 million. That amount, the ending balance, does carry out or carry over to every year after. The 23-24 year, however, is where we started to see the deficit spending. We received $80.6 million in revenue, but spent $81.2 million. The carryover of $34.4 million is what gave us a $33.8 million ending balance. And again, that amount carries over to the next year. When we fast forward to the 25-26 school year, our revenues are at $78.6 million, but our expenditures are projected to be $89 million, giving us a deficit spending of $10.9 million. What is covering that right now is the carryover from 24-25. So at the end of this fiscal year, we're projected with an ending balance of $20.5 million. We've been making recommendations throughout all of our interim reports that we need to right-size some of the staffing and expenditures to align to our budget allocations. We need to align some of those expenditures to our revenue. And we should not rely on that carryover year after year because that is going to run out eventually. And so without any course corrections, we'll continue to have deficit spending and we'll continue to have these difficult conversations year after year. I'd like to give you a forecast into the current year and the next 2 years out because that is required when we present at the March board meeting, our second interim. The December 1st interim that was presented gave us a COLA of 2.3 in the current year, 3.02 in the next year, and 3.42 in the last year. In January, at the governor's budget proposal, the COLA does remain the same at 2.3% for 25-26. However, it drops to 2.41% for 26-27. And for 27-28, the COLA goes to 3.06. So we will automatically see a revenue decline just by the state's decision, not by any impact locally. For the 25-26 school year, this is real numbers. The average student brings in revenue of $13,078. And if we're funded for 4,489 ADA, again, students that are attending classes, our total revenue will be $58.7 million. But when you compare that to the 24-25 fiscal year, where our ADA was higher, but our base grant was lower, it still won't cover the fact that we have a declining enrollment, declining ADA situation. So even with an increase of COLA, we're still losing $1.1 million, which is the equivalent of a negative 1.87 COLA.
The largest step to take place as part of this alignment fiscal changes is to look at the staffing as we have statutory timelines related to March 15th in Education Code to discuss the impact of these budget reductions. The original plan, we did want to include additional staffing reductions, but did reflect upon that original thought and decided that we wanted to limit the direct impact on staffing before making this recommendation to the board. Again, March 15th is a hard and fast timeline that we must follow when notifying our staff as it relates to anything impacting their employment.
Before Mike goes any further, the other impact that happens with this is your May deadline, right? And that's when you have to take the final action on whether or not you make those reductions. That gives us a chance to do some self-corrections internally, to be able to work with bargaining partners, to determine what those impacts are, and to be able to learn a little bit more about like where the budget's going to be going to. There's been a lot of talk about the Prop 98 guarantee. What does that mean? I'm sure all of you are getting the articles from CSBA. So it gives us a little bit more time to continue before the final action happens, but you have to give the early notice if you are even considering anything.
The next set of slides will be highlighting which positions we are recommending for reduction and the financial impact from this current year's budget. As you can see on this slide, there are both these positions have impact as it relates to the management staffing and reductions. Moving on to the certificated staff, we are needed to overall right-size staff that directly related to the decrease in enrollment for the district. As part of these reductions, the Crossroads program, which was influenced by the pandemic, has dramatically declined in enrollment and no longer justifies a 1.0 FTE. While all these positions related to classified are recommended for reduction, some of them are currently vacant, which limits the direct impact to our employees for the layoff.
Yes.
So.
Do you mind if we interrupt you
Yeah.
to ask questions?
Can I ask a question just so that we, so when you're going through this list, could you tell us which ones are currently not filled so that we just have an idea? That would be,
Which currently are vacant.
yeah, which are currently vacant. Thank you.
On this slide, the equipment mechanic position is currently vacant. We believe that these reductions will support the budget reductions while still maintaining supports to the sites and the departments. On this slide, the administrative secretary is vacant. The
Or slide off. There we go.
The administrative secretary is vacant. The offset press operator is vacant. The driver, 0.5 FT, is vacant. Administration has been monitoring the vacancy reductions that should have been closed out at the end of last year. With the constant turnover in key positions of the district, steps were missed, and the reduction is to rectify a previous action in the 24-25 reduction plan for the 25-26 school year. Evaluations of vacancy positions are currently being verified as we build budget assumptions for second interim and the adopted budget. Staff will continue to close out any vacancies that should no longer be part of the budget. The total reductions recommended for the 26-27 budget, you can see in this slide. The district would like to work collaboratively and with all union partners to address the impact and effects related to this fiscal and resource alignment plan. We're here to answer questions if you have them for us.
Thank you. Board?
Had some public comments
Yeah.
too.
Oh, that's right. Thank you. Ms. Parks?
Good evening. Once again, we're hearing the familiar budgetary rhetoric that the sky is falling and staffing must be cut. I urge the board to examine these proposals carefully before proceeding, as many appear short-sighted and legally risky. We know California funds schools based on ADA, not enrollment. Pre-COVID, Newark Unified's ADA was higher. And while it dropped about 5%, the district has shown a 2% improvement over the last 3 years. A targeted campaign such as notifying parents of the daily revenue amount lost when a child misses school could boost ADA further and generate additional funding, which I've spoke about previously. Between the 2025 unaudited actuals and the first interim report, certificated and classified salaries along with benefits each increased $1 million. Additionally, how did books and supplies jump from 3.2 million to a total of 6 million? I urge the board to request a detailed explanation of these adjustments. Management changes show a dean of students cut. The position is not grant funded. It is paid through the middle school SIPSA. Plus, the reported savings amount appears to be inflated. The $25,000 operations supervisor reduction targets a role that did not exist until this year. Hardly a meaningful cut. In the education code, classified positions can only be eliminated for lack of work or lack of funds. The district still maintains a healthy balance and clearly has ongoing work for these employees. If a position is eliminated, the district cannot contract out the work or reassign duties to others without risking legal challenges. As historically exampled by about 30 years ago, the district attempted to eliminate library clerks to save money. That plan failed once it became clear that no one else, neither teachers nor parent volunteers, could legally perform these duties. The reductions were quickly removed from consideration. I recommend the district conduct a comprehensive district-wide staff analysis similar to the one that Ms. Thomas provided at the last meeting, including transfers in and transfers out. And by the way, have you located that $8,000 demographic study that'll tell you their student yield? Have you offered early retirement incentives to employees so that they can indicate whether they are going to retire early? Early notification allows better planning for classroom staffing. With many families relying on dual incomes, March 15th layoff notices trigger immediate job searches. Staff will not wait until May for potential clawbacks. Many will seek stability elsewhere, leading to unnecessary talent loss and reduction. Please examine every proposed reduction thoroughly to avoid these preventable solutions. The district has opportunities to increase revenue through better attendance and should prioritize sustainability, legally sound solutions over hasty cuts. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I would invite comments and questions from the
We have
board.
another comment too. Isn't there an additional one?
No, that's it.
Isn't there Ms. Clevenger?
That's, she's on a different item.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Hill?
Thank you. Could we go to the page, hold on a second here. Need to find it. To here. Yeah, here it is, sorry. Could we go to the page, revenues versus expenditures? And then I'm going to hand these out. Ms. Allen. If we could take these here, pass them down. Okay. So I'm really exasperated at this point when it comes to numbers that are being presented to the board. And just by way of example, or but in terms of context, for I think some of the people up here in the dais know it, maybe some of the people in the public know it, but I spent 26 years in business, and I worked at the highest levels of corporate America, and my clients were usually C-level executives, most often chief financial officers. And I worked with a variety of clients, many of them large corporations, but also government agencies. And what I will tell you is that in my experience, my 26 years of experience, if these kind of numbers were brought to the executives that I worked at with, the people that brought them would be fired. And I have been complaining about these numbers forever. And I have given you my my spreadsheet, which I bring every time we have these budget discussions. And so now it is a time series, and yet we never see changes. And as speakers have said earlier, we're always hearing exaggerations around the sky is falling, but when you actually look at the numbers, it's not correct, okay? And so what I'm gonna tell you, looking at this slide up here, okay? Because the key to understanding what reality is, it's not forecasts, and particularly the district's forecasts. It is the unaudited actuals. And so those are basically the ending numbers, and they're the ones that are the most accurate. And by the way, I want to make sure that people don't misinterpret this. So I am not casting aspersions at anybody. Okay, I'm not casting aspersions at our new CBO because she's only been on board for a month, so she's still trying to learn the numbers. I know that there were lots of, fingers in the pie in looking at these numbers over time, so I'm not casting aspersions. But what I'm saying is that they are wrong. And what I'm saying is that I called this out in our last meeting when we were talking about the first interim, and I said, these numbers they're fictional, and we heard at that point, well, the budget's not real, right? So that's what we were told. But what I will say is that it's obvious that the budget's not real, and it's obvious that these numbers are not real, but the positions that we're talking about eliminating are real. And to be making cuts when we really don't have our arms around the numbers, it's not only irresponsible, I consider it to be professional malpractice. And what I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna tell you a story, and the public can't see this. The people up here on the dais can see it because I've just handed out the time series. But if we look back historically, our revenue's roughly been around 81 million bucks, going back all the way to 21, 22. So if you look at unaudited actuals, that's been our revenue. When we got into the 24-25 budget, we said all of a sudden that was going to go dip down to 71 million. So this is the budget from, not from this past fall, from the year earlier. And then we started to see all these wild fluctuations over the course of reporting. And so we're saying, you know, at one point it's going down to 77, then it's going to 78. And then when we put out the budget last year, we said it's going to go all the way down to 75. So this was back in June of last year. But when the unaudited actuals came in September, August, September, so our ending number for revenue this prior year was 79.8, we could say 79.9 million. So this is the thing I want us to understand. So remember, I told you the revenue in 2021 or 21-22 was 81 million. Our revenue from last year is almost 80 million. So we are not seeing a revenue decline. Now, it's slowly declining, but it's not dramatically declining. So the source of the deficits that we've been talking about are not revenue related. They are expense related. The thing that frustrates me, though, is that I've now been a part of cutting exercises for the past, this is now going in the third year, and every year we say that we need to cut, and we cut, and yet our expenses go up. So here's something that I want, again, I'm gonna describe this to the audience. In 21-22, our expenditures were $74 million. So our revenue was 81, our expenditures were 74 million. So we actually had a surplus of $7 million. And yet here we're saying that the sky is falling and all this stuff is happening and we're cutting, and yet every single year our expenditures are going up. So how is it that we're cutting heads and our expenditures are going up? 22-23 went up to 80 million. 23-24 went up to 81 million. And then all of a sudden last year, we started seeing these wild variances and fluctuations where each reporting period, before we get to the unaudited actuals, it went from 82 to 84 or 85, and then 86, and then finally, when we were looking at the budget late last year, it went up to almost $86 million. So how did we go from 21-22 at $73 million, and we're cutting supposedly, and now we're saying for our budget for this year that our projected expenses are $86 million. Okay, but shortly thereafter, a couple months later, we get the unaudited actuals. It went down to 82 million. So, and if you look at the fluctuations, like literally we're seeing expenses go flying up like $7 million bucks. And then all of a sudden, when you look year over year at the deficit, so the year prior, we had a deficit of, what was it? $591,000. Last year, we had a deficit of 2.27 million, okay? We were projecting in our budget that we were gonna have a 5.6 million. So we actually came in significantly under, $3 million under. But now here we go again when we're doing these projections for this year, and it's even worse, right? So if we look at these numbers, and we don't have the percentages here, we're now not saying that, I mean, even last year, we didn't say it was in the most irresponsible level when we were at estimated actuals. We said 86 million. Now we're saying here, second interim, 89, almost 90 million in expense. Okay, our revenue's not going up, but our expense is going up, right? This doesn't add up. And what I will tell you, and the public can't see these numbers here, but as I've gone through, and we've never actually seen good time series of numbers provided to the board, but if you actually put these together the way that like professional, like finance people in business that I've worked with do, and you do this time series and you look, the math is wrong. A lot of times there are mistakes in the math. And I will tell you that there were mistakes in the math all last year, okay? So at this point, we are flying blind, and I do not believe these numbers, and I think that it would be incredibly irresponsible. I do not believe we are in a crisis. We are deficit spending, but it is under control, and the key thing is that we have 31 million in the bank right now. And so we have some time to sort it out. And so what I really would like to have our staff focus on is I don't believe these first interim numbers at all. We need to sit down and really scrub these for second interim. Because for us to see all of a sudden that our expenses are exploding and they're going up like $7 million, this is fantasy land. And there's no way, and I am not going to vote for any cuts until we get these numbers right. The only thing that I will say is, in terms of unfilled positions or positions that have been retired, I don't see a problem with that. If they haven't been filled, that means that we're having a problem in filling them. That's an area that we can potentially shave some cost around. But other than that, I think that we need to take a pause. And quite frankly, I think that there are other areas in the budget that we need to be looking at, because here we're talking only about cost cutting in terms of personnel. And I actually think if we look at it carefully, that there's other areas that are driving these numbers going up, and that's what we need to pay attention to, and that's what we need to start focusing on cutting. So thank you for humoring me, appreciate it.
Ms. Jones?
Thank you. Let's see, as I'm looking at slide 17, so I notice on slide 17 that the positions there, some of them are not filled, or they're vacant. When we look at the IMC clerk, the offset press operator, the driver, those positions, that's a chunk of, sorry, I take these off, I can't see. That's a chunk of people. Are we looking at potentially, doing an assessment of those jobs and maybe a way to combine into something, doing some analysis on that? So that's my first question.
So when it comes to any types of reductions, there's an obligation of the district to negotiate with the unions of the impact and effects, and there's a process to settle the layoff. There is language that we've worked through negotiation that kind of outlines what that looks like. But yes, there's a negotiation that takes place to find out how that's going to be resolved.
Okay. And then as I think back to when I was a teacher and sending materials to IMC to have printed, of which I will have to say IMC was amazing in how fast they would turn around the paper. Yep. Thank you, Michelle. And I always appreciated that. And we were given a certain number of copies that you could have at school, and I know it was more expensive and much harder on those small machines to be able to use the printers at school. And occasionally, you did run into, as Rachel said, the wait time, because you wanted to get something copied in, couldn't wait, 24 hours, 48 hours. So I do understand how important, that turnover time is for teachers. And at the beginning of the year, just now I'm going to switch over to IMC. That was thank you, Michelle, for doing such an awesome, getting things around, from a teacher standpoint. And I know with the IMC reduction person, and it kind of ties into the increase in books and supplies. So if I was to look at the expenditures on books and supplies, we increased our books and supplies from last year to this year a little over $3 million. I would assume that comes partly from new curriculum that is coming in.
Yeah.
When that, not only, I believe it was social studies this past year what was it? Oh, no, it was the language arts. It was the language arts. 2 years ago?
It's math next, isn't it?
No. I'm not talking about the future. I'm talking about in the past, the fact that we've had a history, social science adoption and a language arts adoption. And I think, is that part of what is creating that difference in those numbers there? When those materials come in, I know that the ordering process and all of that has really changed. When those materials come in, are they still all being funded or running through IMC so that that's a real high impact time? Are there opportunities for that to go directly to school site, or and how does that work? Just trying to think about what the workload is as we look at these positions.
We have to do analysis of that. Often school districts go directly to school sites instead of going to a main warehouse when they are ordering materials. So it'd just be something that we would have to take a look at and do more extensive.
Okay. All right. I think that kind of clarifies the questions that I had when I was thinking about this. Oh, I know. I'm going to go back to the copying. The machines on the campuses are, from my understanding, it's much more pricey per page to copy on the school sites. What's the situation with the machines, the contracts we have on those machines? Are they up now, up in the future? I know that those are usually long-term contracts. Can we look at reevaluating?
We are in the process of looking at those contracts. They are up for renewal right now. From what I know, that some of the machines are right now running on a month-to-month rental versus a lease right now, because we are up on our term. So our purchasing manager is looking into that, and also our IMC person is looking into that too.
Graphic arts.
Or, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Graphic arts is looking into that too.
Yeah. Okay. So potentially, sorry, I'm going to just go on for one more minute here, because I think I earned it with Member Hill. So when we're looking at the amount of money that we pay that we spend on those machines at the school sites, if we decided we were going to go back to having basically everything printed at Graphic Arts, would there be that cost savings of we're not running the machines, and so having a clerk there? I'm hoping these are things that you're looking at, kind of the trade-off there.
Let me see if I can give you just a little bit more context. And I need to thank Michelle for the education that she's given all of us, and she's come and she's advocated for asking sites to send her more work so that she can help take that load off of them and make it a little more stress-free. It's also more effectively more affordable if it's coming through Graphic Arts department. So we know that there's an opportunity. So there's two different contracts. There's the contract that is being done for machines that are out at our school sites, and then some of the machines that are located in various departments in the district. And then there's the main press operating machines that we have over in Graphic Arts. That's a whole different contract. I think it's a chance for us to go back when the contracts were done. They were done pre-pandemic, I think, when they initially were started. And when you look at the number of runs that they're doing, I think there's an opportunity to be able to go back and probably reevaluate those contracts and kind of shrink them down a little bit for the ones that are at sites. We have significantly less students that we're serving at our sites than I think some of the contracts actually allowed for, and the number of copies that are there. It's actually an encroachment, I think, on the SIPSA funds that our sites are having to go off and allocate funds to be able to help pay for that. We definitely want to make sure that we're not, we want to make sure that we provide enough support systems to be able to help Michelle. I mean, we need to go back, and so we need to go back and go take a look at that and what that looks like. And that's part of the negotiation process that we would have to work on with CSEA. So those are pieces that need to come back with analysis. I can tell you that Michelle's done some analysis based on the user amounts. She has shared that information with Tony. Tony's been involved with lots of different contracts around similar type things in his prior district. With going and taking a look at that, we're also looking at our CMAS contracts and other things that we might be able to leverage to be able to get a better purchasing price for our lease equipment. And then also make sure that we've got lease equipment that's running adequately and not causing us any kinds of troubles. We've had a great vendor that we've been working with internally for the past few years that Michelle has a great relationship with, and that's been, that definitely would add to the conversation, but it's probably time to replace some of the lease equipment that we have for better and upgraded machines that we would need.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
So I'd like to take the opportunity to share with the board and message that I sent earlier to staff earlier today. It says, tonight's presentation does not provide the rationale and/or analysis of the recommended department layoffs. Have you thought about engaging school services to evaluate our graphic arts department, MOT, and maybe finance? They did a fine job analyzing the HR department with examples from comparable districts, example org charts, numbers of employees, management versus classified, certificated, and so forth. Maybe it's appropriate to take a breather from a few of these layoffs this year and take the time to do a deep dive into cost benefits and other options in graphic arts and MOT. An analysis of costs for restructuring MOT with key specialists might yield cost savings of performing work in-house compared to outsourcing. How do similar-sized districts structure their MOT operations? Similarly, our graphic arts manager has argued in favor of maintaining our graphic arts department staffing. A school services analysis of various options in other districts could either verify or refute those points, but frankly, our staff doesn't have the bandwidth for these deep dives. In addition, an independent group's views could dampen concerns about our objectivity. Last year's WASC committee rated our use of data to shape programs at the high school as inadequate. PAUSE is an example of a program that was not monitored, nor was its impact measured. Hopefully, our new MOU will correct these shortcomings. Also, at the high school, overstaffing and low class sizes over many, many years, the proliferation of electives in certain departments, fewer students meeting A through G requirements. These are things I point out in my master schedule analysis that I provided. Is this data being used to realign staffing and courses to determine the high school layoffs next month? Please compare tonight's presentations of staffing reduction scenarios with last year's. Last year, we said we would be looking into increasing ADA for a $241K increase in revenue, the medical reimbursement program for a $200K increase, the Facilitron rental increase of $100K. What are the real numbers projected for this year? What is the point to be made regarding the enrollment attendance charts? Yes, we are losing LCFF funding, but where's the current first interim budget multi-year ending fund balance numbers, notably our structural deficit? I think we're going into second interim pretty soon. Vacant positions in last year's report included 1.4 million from 11.1 certificated FTE and 3 million classified FTE. This year, we're saying we will save an additional 1.5 million for various vacant positions. Was that 1.4 million included in the 10 million deficit, I think that one of these slides showed. Does that mean we have, well, anyway, are there any sped reductions like last year? Last year's presentation included additional reductions and restructuring considerations for E3, Puente, MCA, Project Connect, Adult Ed, ELOP, vendor changes. It would be nice to know how much we've saved perhaps by those reductions or restructures. Last year's goal for reducing general operating expenditures was 10%. Do we have an operating expense reduction goal for this year? Shouldn't we be looking at staffing reductions? We shouldn't be looking at staffing reductions in a vacuum. So I wanted to share those and would welcome staff's comments.
So there's a lot of different feedback inside that, and I'd have to sit there and kind of break each one of those things down because there's a lot there. With regards to the programs, and I don't have your commentary in front of me where I can go off and go do that. I'm happy to provide, though, a report back to the board to be able to address your various elements that are in there.
I think what I'm saying, and I did recall saying it before, that we need to look at the whole picture. We're looking only at staffing tonight, and the whole picture, staffing gets impacted pro or con, depending on how we manage these other areas of programs and services, out-of-control services. So I guess I don't expect that you have answers off the cuff, but
I don't have answers off the cuff to give you for that, and I wouldn't want to do that.
I'm just saying, I think the board needs to see the whole picture. It's hard to say yes or no to an IMC clerk or a 0.5 FTE drop when we don't know that there's been a comprehensive, really plan and looked at and the pros and cons analyzed.
To address some of your comments that you made in there, and as you well know, we've been looking very closely at the staffing ratios, and those recommendations are solid. So the reductions in staff for staffing ratios, that is a solid piece. We've been working with each and every school and looking at that staffing and what that looks like and the number of students that are being served. So that's been a deeper dive that we've done this year, especially at the high school and middle school. We've also been working very closely and looking at the alignment at the elementary level. As you know, there's charts that have been up on my board for months that we are doing that tracking to go along with that. And we have an enrollment meeting every single week. Enrollment's occurring this evening. We encourage our families to enroll in our district. And for those continuing families, we've made the process a little easier for you online, where you don't have to actually submit additional documents if you're a current family member that's attending our schools now. But with that said, there are elements that I think we have continued throughout the year to be able to try to address in doing some of those reductions. MCA is, we no longer have the MCA program. We reduced that down last year, and we did a phase-out approach, as you may recall. There was a Project Connect, I believe that program is no longer in play, so we let that particular program go. We have revamped the tutorial program, and you have that MOU on tonight. As we've been working through that. And so we've been trying to bring you back the various reports that go along with what's happening with those programs. And so I can go through each of those and try to address those individually and let you know what the status is of those. The overall reduction and looking at just trying to do cost changes with each of our departments. I think we've all been trying to work very closely to try to cut down some of our expenses and what we've been doing. I'd had to go back and see whether or not we hit that 10%. I know also through our LCAP committee, there'll be some reductions this year just because we've got a lower enrollment coming in along with the ADA, which is what really drives that LCAP piece of it. In the past, we've had some carryover. There may be some additional carryover this coming year because we're going to use some of our expenses from the restricted funds to be able to fund some of the things that are currently inside the LCAP. So we want to be able to preserve our LCAP for additional decisions that we want to make. We want to make sure that we use up every restricted dollar so that we're not giving those back. And that's been a piece that I can tell you that work's already been done between Mrs. Allard and Mrs. Knudsen On that particular work, they hit the ground running with that immediately. And those reports will go back to LCAP so they can sit there and weigh in on some of the decisions that go with that. One of the things that the district has not historically done is inside SIPSA plans, when there's positions, those positions should probably be like on an annual thing as a notice that goes out, because we don't know what's going to happen to SIPSA plans until much later on in the school year and it's past the March 15 deadline. Honestly, we haven't completely gotten there yet, but it's a place that the district needs to go to when they're funding positions within the SIPSA plans for the future. And it would be a recommendation I would make that that's one of the things that we really need to be able to work on. You may recall at one point we moved the bilingual aids out. We used Title III monies, but we also had to use additional funds to be able to pay for the aid positions. With respect to special education, we're not the only district struggling with it, but in the county, we are one of the highest percentage districts for special education and how we're qualifying students. We can't ignore it. We are in differentiated assistance, and looking at that as a team, we have been going as a team to start to look at the problems and how we're going about and addressing these things. We've also been looking at how do we self-correct a lot of the vendors that we've been using to be able to bring in our staff. And we've done a good job this year with bringing in additional staff that we didn't have before in the past. So we've closed that gap a little bit. I don't think it's enough. We need to go back and go take a look at that. And we need to make sure that we are adequately knowing like where everybody's at and who it is that they're serving when they're in the special education program. If it's a student that needs to have something, we want our students to have it. That doesn't negate the IEP process, but we need to be very conscientious of what are the other options that are out there for students. And I don't think we've created those well enough. And we do need to be able to work with our sites and with our partners to be able to come up with solutions to be able to come up with those additional interventions. You've heard us talk about Tier 2 and Tier 3 are truly missing in this district, and they belong there.
Thank you. Austin? Mr. Block?
Thank you. Mic working? Okay, yeah. I feel like I have a lot of different thoughts, so hopefully this is coherent and I can try to bring it together. I feel like the overall thing that I think is sort of threading through the public comments that we're hearing and the conversation that we're having is just, I think we just need a little bit better communication with our union partners and just a little bit more clarity about, when cuts are being recommended, exactly why, the district believes that certain, work is no longer needed as the district declines in enrollment, so that we can, make a decision based on, okay, if a position is genuinely no longer needed, if there is no longer enough work to justify it, then perhaps that's a cost savings that can hopefully in the future go towards giving raises to our wonderful employees that we definitely want to be able to authorize as much as possible. But I think it just doesn't feel like we have enough detail for some of these about why exactly it is that the district office perceives there to be not enough work to justify the continuation of these positions. And so I just think some more detail there would be useful. I mean, there was a mention of staffing ratios. It would be helpful to see that in the presentation. There's a mention of, work on services and operations and trying to get special education spending under control. Like, it'd be helpful to also have that in here just so we can just get more info about what the overall plan is to try to bring costs under control and to really have more clarity of, if the district is gonna, make a claim that a certain job no longer is fully needed, then we really need the details on all of that so we can have a good conversation amongst ourselves. I think to echo Member Hill's comment about vacancies, I do think that provides an opportunity to maybe, without impacting any of our employees and without causing anyone to lose out on work, to see if the district can handle certain functions without, causing any layoffs to our wonderful staff that we have here. And then if we need to course correct later on, then I think that's something worth considering. I mean, clearly we are certainly in declining enrollment, and although the decline in revenue is gradual, like it is happening, and so that's something that we need to consider. But at the same time, we have seen this pattern of the unaudited actuals not being nearly as dire as the interim reports suggest. And so, maybe we can be operating here with more of a fine-tooth comb, if you will, as opposed to a more blunt approach. So, I mean, I think it would just be helpful, like when we next have this conversation, to just get a little bit more like detail about each of these recommendations, about why exactly district staff believes that, these particular, jobs may be, able to be cut back upon without impacting students. And I just think the more detail we can have openly, in front of everybody, that allows us to make decisions that make the most sense.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's it for now.
Ms. Jones and then Mr. Anguiano.
Thank you. March 15th, when that date comes up, you start having people panic and run around. It's really a date that people do not like to see. Statutory guidelines, we have to meet requirements, but we're dealing with people. And this is something that we have to consider because we start losing our custodians, our office clerks. We start affecting the children. Already, the attendance, the enrollment, the ADA, we talk about this, but what efforts are we doing to really contact our families, to try to get our families, motivate them? We understand it's really tough times right now. It's really difficult. And where are we and how are we meeting in the middle? Are we clarifying, really talking about the need? And sometimes we too tend to forget what's the outcome. We get so caught up with dates and times and monies, but we forget about the children. And they're the ones that are ultimately being affected. We need to do a better job as parents, as community, to really support one another, for us to really have our children be out there. And, the staff reductions, yes, absolutely. We need a little bit more concrete information to show and really be clear about why we're making these cuts and what areas are they affecting and how are they affecting, because all of these positions obviously are affecting our children one way or another. But, cuts are inevitable. The state of California, we're not the only ones. But we can make the efforts to look closely, a little bit more, take a look at the numbers, to really reflect on where we have to work on and how we go ahead and work on as a cabinet, as a district office, as a community. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jones?
I kind of hate to end on this note, but I'm going to throw it out there anyway, because it's kind of the ugly elephant in the room. We may need to start looking at school closure. Nobody likes that. Nobody wants that. Newark has always been a neighborhood school type of community, yet our enrollment is dropping to the point where I think it's something that we are going to need to look at in the next year or so. I hate to bring it out, but I think it's a reality. I think when we're not able to offer raises because we don't have the money and we need to make budget cuts, but if we're not going to eliminate some of the positions and combine things, then I think we have to look at how else we can eliminate money from the budget. And it's not an easy thing to bring up. It's not something that anybody wants to think about, but I do think that it's potentially a reality in the next couple of years. So
Thank you.
Just throwing it out there.
Mr. Hill?
Thank you. Just one last comment. So ever since I've been on the board, the financials have been opaque, right? So again, I don't want to cast aspersions, and I know that we're at least we're focusing on things and trying to make progress, but we need to do more. And I think for those of you that know now, I'm a teacher and I actually teach business, and ironically, I'm doing our personal finance unit right now. And lo and behold, what am I having my kids do? And they have to finish this by this Friday. They have to put together a personal budget. And I think that this is the lens that we really need to be looking at here, where if you just look at your bank account and you say, okay, do I have less or more money in my bank account at the end of the month or the end of the year? It's not really meaningful. You've got to break it down into categories. And the thing that just really confuses me here is that our revenue, although it's slowly declining, that's not what is driving our issues. We have a spending problem. The question is where is it? Right? And so we need to be able to literally go category by category and say, okay, here's what we're spending right now, and here's really our budget. And then if we start to see variances, so if we see, for all of us that have our own budget issues, I think none of us have planned for the PG&E increases that we've been seeing recently, that are like quite surprising, and that can explain things, right? But so I think that we need to be able to do that's the same thing here with our budgets, to say, what are the drivers of these increases, and then it enables us to attack them. But otherwise, we could very well be shooting at the wrong targets. And so I think as we, and this is, I know, a yeoman's task that Ms. Knudsen is having to take on, and it's probably not going to get fully solved by second interim, but I think that we really need to, to get this sorted. I think it's going to help us a lot going forward. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Block?
Thank you. I guess just to kind of try to distill some of what I was saying before, I guess maybe a couple of requests for the next time we consider, budget reductions, because it's going to come back up soon. We may have to actually take a vote and make a decision, I know. So I guess my request would be, for the next time, if we could see a breakdown versus positions that are currently vacant versus those where people are currently in the position. I think it would be helpful to see that juxtaposed so we can kind of differentiate more clearly between those two. And also just a differentiation between I guess just a little bit additional clarity about why for each of the positions being recommended for cuts, about why we think that particular work for that particular job is no longer needed. So additional detail there, and then just a little bit more communication with our union partners in the lead up to that, to make sure that those conversations are continuing. And I think that would just allow for a continuation of this conversation in a constructive way when this comes back up very soon, next week, from my understanding. We're probably going to have to make some cuts given the continued decline in enrollment, but we want to be really wise and strategic about it and make sure that we're not harming our staff and our students in the process. So those are just my requests about things that I think would provide us some additional clarity for next week when we ultimately have to make some final decisions.
And piggybacking off of your comments, I would like to see a better breakdown on the staffing reductions, the certificated staffing reductions, especially at the high school and at the middle and elementary schools. Maybe next week when. Okay. And is there anyone else that wanted to speak?
One last question. With the online learning teacher, I think there's a confusion as to if that person is meeting with the kids in person or online. And then my other question really is, how many students does that person serve? Maybe they're only serving 10 kids, in which case that is too much, that we don't need someone to serve 10 kids. Are they serving 10? Are they serving, just how many they're serving? I'm not saying tonight necessarily, but just as you bring these positions, bring that position forward, how many kids are they serving so that we can see, is this, is it a financially burdensome position? Or, I hate to see anybody go, but the other side of it is we have got to right size. We have got to have that teacher to student ratio appropriate for our financial situation. And then, go ahead.
Hang on. Hold on a second, please. So a couple of things. So I'm listening to what you're asking for. Our next agenda gets published on Friday. That means everything's got to be ready to go. All your special kinds of reduction resolutions, everything needs to be on that agenda.
It's a lot.
It's a really tight schedule here. So I want to really be mindful of that. I also don't want to push something down if you don't want to do it. And so I'm listening to what you're saying. I think what I've heard is that if it's currently a vacant position, to let it go and do some more analysis, right? And make sure that you can really live without it, right? We actually have time to be able to claw something back if you need to in May. So I hear that piece of it. There's some other elements, I think, within the budget that we really definitely need to go back and address. Which you don't have on here this evening, that will be part of your staffing reduction plan that goes forward, will be, our temporary or probationary, that will also come forward to next week, right? So when you see your agenda on Friday and it goes out to the public, those resolutions will be on there as well. And we have been communicating with NTA on that element of it. So I don't think that's going to be a surprise. They're aware of it. And those are staffing reductions that, quite frankly, a lot of it is tied to some of the key things that we were looking at within the master schedule and making sure that we are trying to right size and that we are taking care of classrooms that have historically sit with low enrollment in them, to be able to bring that up forward. And so there is a list that we've looked at. It will have a lot of bumping that will be involved with it, because people may be able to go to other things. We might be able to transfer them from one school to another. There's a lot of elements that come with it, right? So it may not be the very specific person. It's going to be more around the kinds of credentials
Right.
that we've got sitting out there as we're looking at that. And so we've gone back to look at that within the master schedule. And I do appreciate the work that was done by Ms. Thomas. We took it very seriously. We've been working very closely on the master schedule alignment and what needs to happen with that to be able to make sure that we are staffing appropriately in that right sizing piece. I think it's an element that we've talked about historically here inside the district since I've been here, about making sure that we are maximizing what we need to maximize in order to be able to live efficiently and to be able to keep the other kinds of services that we want to keep here that are important to the community and to our students and to our school sites. So I hear all of that. But there are going to be some pretty tight timelines here in the next 24 hours that we've got to produce. And so this is an important conversation. Again, you could always take something back. We can have some more meetings on that as well. I just can't add to your list later if we don't identify it now. And so I do want you to be aware of that. We will go back as a team and have that conversation. But I do want you to know that that piece is sitting out there, and the delay in some of that would be taken into consideration. So if there's something here that you really think needs to come off, I kind of need to hear that from you here this evening, because staff really needs some direction here so that we can help and support you as we do some of this. And again, we are giving this to you. The decision is yours. You don't have to do it all this evening. But if you don't do it, you don't have a chance to do it for this coming year. And so I want that to be real clear. I hear exactly what Mr. Hill is saying, and he's not wrong in the fact that our unaudited actuals every year climb up. I can completely see it. Honestly, the fiscal state of, I think, California is a hot mess. We're not the only district grappling with this. And one of the things I will say to you is we have done a remarkable job in the last 3 years to try to really, truly try to right-size this district in the right kinds of ways. And it's been difficult. We've lost some good people along the way. We've lost talent along the way. But it really is a difficult piece. But you are in a better position today to be able to make decisions in the impact. And there's still more decisions that will have to be made over the next few years, as you mentioned, as far as what does it look as we continue to right size and we look at our enrollment numbers at our schools, because they are getting really tiny. You saw that at the last board meeting when we had the enrollment information that came out, and you saw the data and what the sizes of our school sites are. So you know that they're shrinking. You know that they're getting very concerning in size. You don't have a policy that says that if you're at, I'll say 350, we put everybody on notice. You don't have a policy like that. That would be great to have and would be really helpful as you navigate this. I don't know if the answer is to move and reconfigure, but those are conversations that we plan on having, and I know there are plans that are in the process of being made to be able to look at that, because I think that's going to be a huge piece of what will be in the conversation over the next year that all of you will be having here in the boardroom. And I think that's what's really going to be important for the district and its survival for the future, and for Newark to remain whole and not get gobbled up.
Thank you. I'm not sure how the rest of the board feels, but I would like to make sure that we take the offset press operator off the list, and perhaps some of the others, pending a description of or a plan for redistributing work that those positions do. Any other
Well,
recommendations? or
that one is one of the vacant positions, though, right? The offset press operator.
Just, yeah, I mean, it was just recent. She just retired
Yeah.
recently,
So I mean, I guess I would be inclined, right? You know, I would be inclined to think that if there's a vacancy, right, that means that an individual is not being impacted, right? And so I think that I mean, I understand that it could put work on other people, but like I'd like to hear more about those particular ones, because it means that we're not having to cause somebody to lose their job, right? So, you know, we want to make sure we protect our people. And so, you know, if there is an argument being made by the district that perhaps we could live without a certain role and we don't have to lay somebody off to do it, I'm open to hearing more about that. So I wouldn't want to necessarily take that off the table without having heard a little bit more explanation first. So, I mean, that's where I was making the argument about the vacancies, right? We, you know, we're cognizant that layoffs impact people, that they harm people, that they are, you know, challenging on people's livelihoods. And so, you know, I'm inclined to focus my attention more on the vacancies to see if we can live without anybody additionally having to lose one's job. So I don't know if I necessarily agree with you there on that one, Member Thomas. I did hear something about this behaviorist position, and there was a bit of a, like, so there's, just to understand, so this is a SIPSA position, but it was also funded by a grant, or how does that operate?
This position is actually funded through the LCAP, but it's tied to the cost program, is my understanding of this. That's what this position is. This is a 0.3, and it is not at the elementary schools.
It's not at the elementary schools. Okay, so this is not connected to Coyote Hills, as we heard in a public comment?
If only we had been talked to, we would actually know. Right. Try something else.
So this is about a different level of the school district?
And they're not a classified staff member.
Would be NTA, okay.
Okay.
They're classified in nature, but they fall under NUMA. Yes, nature.
So I guess it's time now, we're going to move on to 9.1, which is review discussion.
Wait,
I did
are we
not
done?
get-
I don't feel like we're quite done
I really
with this
don't have enough
conversation.
direction, quite frankly.
Yeah.
I thought we were done.
We're not.
Okay.
We're not. And I'm hearing what the community's saying. I'm hearing what the board's saying. We're trying to make sure that we pull together a package for you that allows us to be able to continue to work with our partners. We have an obligation to go off and talk about what are the impacts and effect. I want to just say something right now. I'm really concerned that if we're going, we definitely need to keep our graphics operations intact. I think it'll be some other, having said that, I think there'll be some other kind of position that comes forward, but we need time to be able to work through that and be able to, and I can't bargain here, that's not my role here in the boardroom, but we need to have that conversation and be able to do it in a way that is the right way to do it. And so I would still advocate to go off and do it, but I think to let the position go because it's currently vacant, but then allow us to be able to come back and identify a solution, because Michelle cannot do this alone.
President Thomas, could I make a suggestion?
Yes.
So what I'm wondering is, would it make sense to say that, because some of these vacancies are recent, so we don't know whether they're needed or not, but if it's a longer-term vacancy, it's more likely that either it's harder to fill or maybe it's not needed. And so if we were to establish a time frame to say anything that's been vacant for more than like 6 months to a year, that maybe those are positions that we could look at from a reduction standpoint. But something that happened just recently, we just don't have enough information. So that's my question to the board.
I agree with that.
Could we just ask that you just go line item by line item? Honestly, like, this is really, like, we're trying to really help and support you, but this is really difficult. It would really help us if we could just go line item by line item.
Okay, well, let's go back up and
Right sizing,
start with the,
right sizing.
could you,
Just, oh, okay, no, management.
okay. Okay, do you want to take them one by one?
Yep.
Okay.
It is administration's recommendation that both these positions not be returning for next, there's a reduction in the MOT supervisor in salary. You actually approved that job description at a prior board meeting with that reduction. And then the dean of students, it is not recommended this time that we fund that position. And
So my understanding is that the Dean of Students was funded with carryover money in their SIPSA.
That's correct.
As well as this year's money. So let's say half of it was carryover. So the ongoing cost of maintaining that in the SIPSA would be something like half of 170,000. So does staff want to say what the rationale is?
yeah, the rationale is last year when we flew the position, we flew it as a one-year temporary, it was a one-year position and it flew that way on EdJoin. It was advertised that way, it was discussed that way, and at this time, I don't have indication that there is funding available inside SIPSA to be able to cover that.
So that 171,000, or half of it even, is a pretty big slice of the SIPSA for the middle school. When we have big drops in one sites because of a vacancy, does that cost or drop get distributed across all the SIPSAs? How are the SIPSAs budgets going to be determined when one site SIPSA is inordinately impacted?
So the dean position came in last year to bring in some additional stability to the middle school. It currently has, it's staffed with a principal and an assistant principal, and their counselors are basically, who's been covering it. Based on the size of the school, which is approximately 950 students off the top of my head.
Not even.
911? Okay, so 911 students. I think it's just a little bit more because I think there's some special education students that aren't counted in that mix. That typically, it would be a principal and one assistant principal that would normally staff a school site that way. This is something that I don't know what they're going to come back in this year's SIPSA plan, but they knew last year this was a one-year only thing, and that's what they told us at the administration level, and so it's our recommendation that we go ahead and we say that we're closing this one out for this coming year until we see what their SIPSA plan is and what they come back with and what they work with us on. We don't have that information.
Okay, Mr. Block?
Okay, I would just say that I'm comfortable then at least leaving these as part of the conversation for now, and that we carry on if we're going to go line by line.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
And could I make a suggestion too, that I think what we're trying to do right now is identify the positions that we definitely want to take off of the list.
That's correct.
But that doesn't mean that when you bring the list back next week, that there might be additional positions that we take off.
Data?
If you do that, then you would need to have a special board meeting because the resolution language will have to be specific to the
You
positions.
can't amend the resolution?
No. To my knowledge, oh, maybe I'm wrong.
The resolutions are related to people that are impacted by the decisions that are made, especially when you're talking about certificated staff.
Right,
Because
but
it
the
impacts
question is, can you amend the resolution?
you. I guess you can, but we would have to make sure that we have all of the possible lists depending on what you guide. We want to make sure we're laying off the correct people and not having the wrong person on the layoff
Yeah, I
list. 'cause
mean,
then it's
we would
full.
have to, if,
Have until March 3rd. There's a board
Yeah.
meeting on March 3rd.
there is a board meeting on March 3rd, but to be able to pull together all the documentations and be able to get all the notices, there's work that has to be done. And so, we're-
Can we move on? The MOT supervisor, I understand that is just a reduction in the scoping. Pardon? Okay, let's move on to the next page, unless staff has a question. Move on?
yes.
The right sizing of 1.5 million, are you pretty confident that you've identified and that that's going to be workable to,
Yes.
you know, when students don't come in neat packages of full class sizes, nor do FTE at the high school come in full certification.
So this is really looking at your staffing ratios to your enrollment numbers, and this is definitely a doable right sizing.
I think we should leave it on.
Yeah. Online learning teacher?
So I think it should be labeled Crossroads, and my apologies for not having that labeled as being Crossroads.
And that one teacher supports how many students this year?
Is it 17 this year?
Want me to answer?
Yes.
So currently, because the communication came down that they're not accepting any more Crossroads students for this year, currently the caseload is at 14, and that does not include the 7 students that met graduation requirements at the semester. And so I think we started the year with 21 or 22, but we only have 14 now. Because, like I said, we graduated 7 students at the semester, but then we were told they were no longer gonna accept any more Crossroads students. So currently it sits at 14, and Mr. Angelo meets with every student weekly, goes over their work, gives them their new work, and he meets with them in person weekly.
Superintendent?
I'm inclined to leave it on because it's the teacher-parent or teacher-student ratio and, excuse me, and the fact that, you know, we've already kind of started the process of eliminating the program by saying no more enrollees.
Why was that decision made to not accept additional students?
Yeah, so in the last 3 years, we actually had reduced down the elementary program, and really the direction kind of came from the board where you wanted to make sure that students had more face front time with students, and that was actually something that you all talked to us about. So we weren't adding students in there that were going to be on an independent study model. We were trying to get students to be connected with their teachers.
So currently, of the students that have been enrolled in Crossroads, like what's the distribution in terms of like grade levels and stuff like that? Do they tend to be more elementary? Do they tend to be more?
So at one point,
school?
at one point, Crossroads, especially during the pandemic, was a much larger program. It was much more robust. Is another alternative learning piece. It's actually really tapered off. The elementary got to be so low, it made sense to go off and. The elementary program got to be so low that we made the decision, I'm gonna say 2 years ago, to go off and reduce that. We were monitoring the high school at the time. It had a higher caseload in it, and that caseload has dropped down significantly to the low 20s. And then now it's down even lower than that. So again, we've been really trying to advocate for other ways to be able to help and support students, as you well know, especially at the high school level, so that they have some additional support systems. And I would still advocate for that right now currently. I still think more face time is better for those students.
Yeah. Okay, I'm inclined to leave it on. That's $135,000 for one full teacher for just 14 students all day long, if he was in charge of them all day long.
That's a school. Crossroads is a school.
It's a program.
Yeah, it's just weird to be having this conversation in this way. Like, I don't feel like this is like the venue for having a conversation about a program, like when it comes to like a line item on a budget reduction plan. I feel like this is a conversation we probably should have had earlier about the Crossroads program, like if there's going to be, you know, significant action taken here. I don't
So
know
this,
what my
we've actually had the conversation before about Crossroads, because it's when we let go of the elementary program. At the time, the high school program was still rather robust. We felt that there were still students out there that were on that program. And as it's tapered off, it's our recommendation that this one go back on there. We can provide you with the historic data, though, at the next meeting.
Gabriel or any other comments on that?
Just in regards to the online teacher, I think that we should actually look into a little bit more and just being inclined as well.
It's not an online learning program.
Which that's
It's an independent, I believe it's more of an independent.
well, that's understandable,
They're
but
using-
that's the
they're using
title
pa-
that
They're
you
using
have,
paper packets.
right? But that's the title that you have. That's why I'm referencing that.
Okay. Okay. Next slide. The question I have about the equipment mechanic is how much are we spending, and that's something I would have wanted to look into, how much are we spending on our vehicles right now, and how much is that equipment mechanic saving? And in fact, he's also supposed to be driving, and I understand he hasn't been driving. Is that correct?
This current year, he has not been driving. That is correct. I can give you some data if you'd like. Auto repair costs has cost about $68,000 outsourced for 22-23, $61,000 for 23-24, $24,000 for 24-25. To date, we're at $28,000 for this school year with pending encumbrance of $20,000 for that mechanic position. Many things end up being outsourced because of not being able to service the equipment properly.
I think
say
there was a
leave it
mention
on.
before that this is a vacant position.
This is a vacant
Okay,
position.
then I would vote
correct.
to keep it on the list then, given what I said previously about
Leave it on.
vacancies. So I would advocate for keeping this one on the list.
Human
I agree.
resources clerk?
I guess my question on the human resources clerk is there a plan for the jobs to, the responsibilities to be distributed? Is some of the work already being done by other people? What's that situation?
So currently, we have 3 individuals that have a lot of the contact points with our staff. The large majority, I would say 90+% of our onboarding for individuals within the district route through the human resources technician position. We do have an individual that's sitting in the human resources clerk that assists with monitoring the absence management process, and we have had conversations of taking a larger role within the monitoring of that component, which does tie to leaves. I am the one that actually meets with the individual, speaks with the individual about their leaves, and then I send a communication for making sure that's updated in the system. Outlined within the job descriptions, I believe many of the functions that are covered by the HR clerk can be absorbed by the human resources technician, especially as we're decreasing in enrollment, which means less staff will be employed by the district.
I think we leave it on.
Okay. Grounds maintenance worker.
That's a open, that's a vacant position? No.
That position is currently filled and is a recommendation.
Okay. Any thoughts?
So the rationale is that as the number of students declines, there are fewer maintenance workers needed to maintain like district technologies and other,
So this is grounds.
oh,
so
grounds,
this is a
maintenance,
grounds
excuse me,
maintenance. This is
the
land- this
district
is-
grounds, excuse me. So we feel like there's there's not as much of a need for grounds maintenance going forward as there currently is, based on the analysis that you've conducted.
Yes, based on our MOT.
There's
plan.
been a bit of reconfiguring and out scheduling of things, and, okay, I say leave it on.
Custodians.
How are we doing on custodians in terms of, do we have a little bit of a sub pool so that we're okay? And how's it working with, vacations and things like that, covering for vacations?
We do have a sub pool, and our maintenance operations transportation director facilitated additional substitute interviews just recently, so we can bring more individuals on board. They're looking at the actual position within the district is more of the mid-shift positions at the middle and the high school. As again, declining enrollment, there's less touch points as it relates to the students. Therefore, they believe that the evening and the daytime custodians would be able to absorb, again, because there's less touch points that they would have to on their shifts. Therefore, they could absorb those other touch points.
So it won't affect basically what's happening at this point? Like, things will still be covered the way that they are now?
That is what we believe.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, office manager. Which
This is a vacant position.
No,
No, this is not.
Oh, it's
This is
not a
not-
vacant? Oh, sorry. I apologize.
no, this is a position that actually has someone in it. We just happen to have a site that has 2 office managers, and we think, based on the size of the site, that the recommendation would be to reduce down to 1 office manager to support the programs and services on that site.
I think we should leave that on.
I agree.
Next page.
Quick question, President Thomas, just from that particular site, do we know the ratio of the students that's being served in that particular school?
It's a combination of programs. I had to get back with you with the one that we're making the reduction on with the exact number. I don't have that in front of me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I make a comment on that? So typically, there's 1 office manager assigned to an administrator that oversees. So currently, there's 1 administrator with 2 office managers assigned to them.
I'd say leave it on, though.
Yeah, leave it on. Next page.
The administrative secretary position is currently vacant, and it's recommended that we reduce this position.
Okay.
The IMC clerk, I believe
I'd like to see some kind of, potentially combining of how the IMC clerk, the press operator, the driver, like, is there some way of working maybe with CSEA on, and I know we're not in negotiations, but on finessing something with that?
The salaries for the offset press operator are incorporated in the cost for grad cards along with my salary. And I also bring money in from the outside, this year alone, $40,000.
So that's the offset, I misspoke. The IMC is a position we haven't discussed, but you just brought it up. Member Jones, right?
Well, I was bringing it up in combination with the others. I would say that would be the one of those 3 I would keep. That's my personal opinion.
I'm sorry. I missed it. I don't have clear direction there, so.
Well, okay, so I would say leave the IMC clerk and leave the driver. Take off the offset press operator.
But I understand there's 2 IMC clerks. Has there been a reduction in work?
I believe I believe that based on the size of our students, that there is a reduction in work. Historically, you've had 2 IMC clerks in that position for many, many years. Oh, my apologies. I was just corrected. There's 2 IMC positions. They're not both clerks. There's 2 different levels. I thought they were the same level. That was my misunderstanding.
Okay. I know we I know we used to rotate in our science kits, FOSS science kits, and they would be replenished by the IMC. Is that still happening?
Yes. Yes.
At the IMC?
Yes.
Okay. What do we say? Aiden?
I don't agree with this process at all. We're shooting from the hip.
Austin, Gabe?
I'd say for now, let's take it off. And this can be something that's further analyzed, and if there's continues to be a claim made that that's a cut that needs to be made next year, then we can have a more elaborate conversation about that one.
Understood.
Okay,
And that's the IMC clerk, correct?
yeah.
Okay.
And I think the offset press operator comes off. Yeah, and the driver,
The .5 drivers assigned to Child Nutrition Services, and their recommendation from that department was due to the need of distribution, they could eliminate that position
and that's paid for
through Child Nutrition
through
Services.
child nutrition. Okay. So we leave it on?
Are we keeping it then?
And the behaviorist?
The behaviorist is a .3 position. It was initially funded with grant funds that has now gone into our LCAP. And I would just ask that this be put on there until we know more about what the program's going to be and how that's actually aligned.
We can always bring it back on.
No, you can't bring it back. Yes, you can always rescind the behaviorist.
Right, that's what I meant.
Yes,
Res-
I'm sorry, yes.
rescind it.
You
Yeah.
can do that, yes.
Storekeeper?
Currently at .5, the storekeeper is the one that delivers the mail within the district, dropping it off based on,
I deliver supplies, too. I deliver supplies, I deliver the graphic arts, I deliver all the IMC curriculum. I don't just do mail. I receive all incoming shipments to the warehouse, including child nutrition. And anything that comes in, that's other supplies that are just random, I take it out and I deliver it. I don't just go around picking up mail.
And graphic arts twice a day.
Yeah.
but graphic arts does not need to be twice a day.
I don't think we said it was a .5.
Yeah, it involves custodial orders.
So what's the difference between, so the driver, the .5 FTE is for child nutrition, but the storekeeper works warehouse and graphics?
Graphic arts, IMC delivers custodial supplies.
He's a general funded employee.
Got it, thank you.
So he delivers all IMC.
Thousands of boxes that we get from IMC, I'm the one who's delivering all that.
And staff,
Recommendation from the department was that the services were not needed.
Okay.
So is the HR director gonna deliver graphic arts?
We can't listen to the audio.
Don't pay me.
yeah, I know. So, please, could we, the audience, please not address the board? So the work of the storekeeper, would any of that delivery be done in another way?
I really feel like I'm not in a position here to be able to address it, because I think it could be a bigger conversation on how just to do operations in a better way, more effectively. But I think it's a conversation that we actually have to be able to talk about what are the impacts to layoff with CSEA.
So I think we have no choice but to take it off. Okay. Next page. And this was an error. This 1.5 million should be taken off
That's correct.
of the
Current budget.
expected expenditures for the rest of the year too. It should show up in the second interim as being taken out, right?
It will be somewhere between us. Let me have Victoria, Ms. Newsom, respond.
Yes, as part of the second, or process towards second interim is cleaning off some of these various positions that are showing up as open or vacant. It's going to, we're already in the process, we're already looking and aligning things to our platform called Inform K-12, which is something that has allowed us to track what positions need to keep or close out. This also helps us in looking at what is being replaced, at least temporarily, as a contracted service, particularly in the special education department. So if we align those, for example, we can look at reducing that from a salary and benefits cost and moving that to a contracted cost. That's an example.
Is this are we duplicating in this 1.5 million some of the other vacant positions that we already looked at?
Yes.
So that 1.5 million is not a very accurate number, right? Or?
That's correct.
Okay. So did staff have enough direction from us?
That helps. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is it okay to move on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, next we move on to 9.1, which is new business, and it's a review, discussion, and approval of the recommended superintendent salary range, and we do have a speaker, Paula Clevenger.
Hi. Been waiting a long time for this. And yes, Mr. Brock, my name does sound familiar. You know my husband. All right. I have been a teacher in Newark for 27 years. I've been teaching as a whole for 30 years. I teach 6th grade, ELA, and social studies at the middle school. My figures are a little bit different from Sarah from CSEA, and that could be because I'm an ELA teacher, and trying to do math might be a little bit difficult. I am married to a math teacher, but I haven't done math in 4 years. So if my math does not match Sarah and CSEA, I apologize. I apologize. Please excuse my errors in math. All right. So you want to increase the superintendent salary from $270,000 to $310,000. So I did my math. Fremont Unified Superintendent makes $366,072. They have 32,655 students. That's $11 per student that you're paying for, that they're paying for, sorry. New Haven. New Haven makes less than you're going to pay this superintendent, and they have 10,052 students. So he makes $299,742, and that's $29 per student that New Haven is paid for. Newark, with the 270,000, we have, and I did change the numbers, and I did some math back there, 4,410. That's $61 per student. If you increase it to 310, that's $70 per student. That is higher than any other district, and we have a lower amount of students. And so if you are struggling, as Superintendent Vekar suggested, why put the money in a position that is the farthest away from students that you can possibly get? And I have 55 seconds to say that Graphic Arts and that deliver are amazing in the fact that I get it before my second and third period class. So you cannot say, unless other people are going to do the delivering for them, we need them. And teachers need them. And students need them, because I have 200 copies at my site that I am allowed to do. And that's for 3 months. I cannot do anything more than 20 copies. So if I don't have them, my students don't have work unless it's on the computer. And you want to do all the research you can, it does help to have them on a piece of paper. So what I'm asking you to do in a big whole thing is, one, don't increase the salary for a superintendent when we have less students than the other two districts. So that's my piece. Thank you.
So board, this is our item.
Yeah, so just to clarify on that one, so I don't think, from my understanding of this action recommendation, it's to create a range from 270 to 310. So depending on the candidate's experience, they could make 270, where there would be no raise whatsoever, up to 310 if they had a vast amount of experience, if they'd been a superintendent for 20 years or something like that, and we're just like a superintendent candidate. So I don't think this is automatically guaranteeing a raise for the superintendent. Am I correctly understanding the situation? Yeah, so, you know, I think we'll see what the candidates are, and this is meant to be a range rather than a guarantee of a raise of a certain amount. It's certainly possible that we end up choosing a candidate who makes $270,000 and there's no raise, or it's possible that we choose a more experienced candidate who, you know, negotiates for a higher salary. I understand certainly the, you know, argument about the dollars per student being particularly high in a small district. And it's tough, you know, small districts, you know, don't have the economies of scale that a large district has, where they can take a superintendent's salary and spread it across more students. So I hear that, and like certainly like we want to do everything possible to raise the, you know, the pay for all of our employees here, CSEA, NTA, you know, across the district. And so I hear it. I also think it's a little bit more complicated than dollars per student though, and you know, I think we need a range as we go about our superintendent search. Yeah, that's my 2 cents about this.
The range feels reasonable to me, especially given that 270,000 was what we were paying the superintendent, I think 2.5 years ago. So, and the district has given raises to our bargaining groups in the meantime too. So it just seems like a reasonable amount. So do we have any other comments? Mr. Hill?
So I'm glad that this agenda item is on the agenda. So, and again, I don't know how we kind of got to this place, but this is the second time that we're using Leadership Associates. And my recollection, the first time that we used it, is I felt that we had a better process, but I can't really remember the specifics. But the thing that I've just been surprised about is that it seems that we, the board, have not been engaged enough in advance as some of these decisions are happening. And that we really need to get them to put an agenda together that identifies key decisions ahead of time that we can agree to this. Because literally, I think we've already closed the application process, right? And we never, as a board, actually discussed this for, the profile or anything like that. So it's sort of this hodgepodge. But I do, when the salary topic came up, right? Because they've been emailing us and then getting independent input, but then somehow arriving at a decision. And obviously I pay attention to numbers. And so I'm like, what is this? And so when I went and I talked to Leadership Associates, and I'm sorry, but I just really felt that the process, because they were the ones that arrived at the range, and I really don't feel that it was an appropriate process. And the thing that I think that we need to think about here is, I do think that the optics look really bad, that we are talking about laying off people and we're increasing the range, right? So that doesn't that doesn't look good. But the other thing, though, that's important to understand, and this is where there are lots of ways that you can compensate people. And one of the things that you want to do is you want to try to align your compensation with your goals. And so one of the options that we could have is to say, we're going to offer a lower base pay, but we're going to offer an incentive component. And an ideal incentive component would be tied to maybe ADA or maybe to enrollment. And we say, well, you know what? If you can increase your enrollment, our enrollment by 5%, 10%, then you get X amount of bonus, and so therefore your total comp is going to go up. And then everybody's incentives are aligned. But I think that putting this like big, huge range, I mean, I do think it's kind of, I think it's excessive. I would support, I mean, I think that we need to lower the lower end of it, like to maybe put it to like 260, because you never know. We might find, a less experienced candidate that's promising. But I would say that on the high-end range, I don't think that we can really go above 300,000. I mean, I think it's bad. So that's my input.
Could we modify to 260 to 300? When I had been asked about it, I had been presented with the idea of 260 to 310, and that was what I said I agreed to. And I saw the number was slightly different this time around, and I don't know how they arrived at that decision. But, I mean, I'm open to making a slight modification and going 260 to 300, if that's what the board would agree on.
Ms. Jones?
I think it's important to remember, like Member Block, you brought up that this is a range. That's just the top. I think that ultimately it does come down to the five of us to decide what it would be for that particular applicant that we decide to choose. So I feel like approving that as the top isn't the end of the world. I don't think that we'll go probably that high, but it gives us flexibility. I'm hoping that we can find a really good candidate for definitely the lower end of this. I think we also need to remember that we don't offer benefits for this position, which is really important to some candidates, and they're going to be, they know that we don't, but that's something that we have to also think about. So that's my.
Mr. Anguiano?
Thank you for sharing, Member Jones. Initially with Leadership Associates, we did mention the range from 260 to 290, especially where we're currently, and the future that we're looking, that we're declining as well. So individuals that really want to be a part of the community, be part of Newark, will take the range. I understand that the health benefits, it's a huge, a component, but we could go ahead and definitely work around that. These numbers are not stable, and this is something that last minute we were asked, but collectively it's something that we should really encourage one another to look at the numbers and meet in the middle.
Mr. Hill, did you want to speak again? Oh,
sorry. Sorry, I didn't take that thing off. But I do actually just have one thought about this, is, again, I think it's the way that you get performance is you align incentives. And so let's talk about healthcare. So we as a board have talked about the fact that healthcare is a major issue in our district, right? It's a major issue for our teachers and for a number of individuals. But if we identify if the potential superintendent coming on board knows that we have a way to deliver that, which is through potentially some property leaseback arrangement or whatever, well, if I were the new superintendent coming on board, boy, that would be a priority for me. I'd make it happen. And so I think that we need to think about that, and we could even put a bonus in place to say if you make it happen in a year, we'll give you some extra money. So I believe that that the challenge with having a higher range is you're always going to get pushed up there, and so I think it's better that we bring it down a little bit. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
I'm comfortable with the 310. Based on what I said earlier, that 270 was what we were paying 2.5 years ago. And if it helps us get more candidates, or it helps us keep a candidate that otherwise wouldn't take 300, I don't know. And like Member Jones said, we don't have to offer that much. But it gives us the wiggle room to be able to, if we have a truly outstanding candidate that we know we can keep with an offer of 310. So given that, I would, if no one else has anything to say, I would recommend that someone make a motion.
It seems like there had been some conversation about having a slightly lower end to have a little bit more of a range. Would we be comfortable with kind of dropping the low end to 260? And I don't know. I mean, it feels like the kind of middle ground of the conversation we're having is maybe like a slight shift, maybe 260 to 300 or something like that, based on what I heard from everybody. Is that a middle ground that we can all be okay with?
I don't know if we can do that as the application process, the window's closed. Okay. This is what the applicants were told, that this was going to be the range. I think, we can just really try to stay on the low end of it. I like Member Hill's idea of the incentive, the incentives, and maybe benefits winds up being an incentive down the line. But I'm not sure. I think we would really have to check with Leadership Associates to see if that's something that we can do. And so I don't know.
I mean, it says pending board approval, though, right? I mean, yeah.
Oh, we get the final decision for sure. I just don't know if we can change it at this point. Yes.
Okay, so I'm just going to tell you right now, y'all are the Board of Education. You guys get to make a lot of different decisions. The language that's out there on the website says pending board approval. You most certainly can change your range and do whatever it is you want to do.
Okay. So I understand, Member Block, you've made a motion. Do you want to make it formally?
Sure. I will make a motion to amend the salary range from 260 to 300, considering the conversation we had and the feedback that we got from the community, which, I think has an important consideration that we ought to take into account.
Okay.
I second.
Perfect.
Please vote. Five ayes. Thank you. So next we move on to old business, New Memorial High School tutorial.
Thank you. Before you this evening is the MOU for us to bring back the tutorial program. I'd like to thank staff and NTA for working with us to identify a program that will actually be piloted this year. This agreement is only good through June 30th. Will give us a chance to come back and take a look at it and make any other adjustments before another agreement is brought forward for the following school year.
Mm-hmm.
Your ratification is requested.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Block?
I just want to thank everybody for putting this together. I'm really excited to see this tutorial period coming back. So thank you to NTA, thank you to district staff, thank you to the students who advocated for this. Thank you to everybody at the Memorial Campus who's worked on making this happen. I'm really glad to see this is getting brought back. I think it's going to be really beneficial for our students in a variety of different ways. So just very grateful. So thank you to everyone who put in a lot of work to make this happen.
And I'm glad that the window is open until the end of the year to make sure we collect all the input and that when we finally do go into the next year that the everything is in place and understood and accepted by all the parties. Thank you. So do I have a second? You made the motion, did you?
I didn't formally, but I'll make a motion to approve item, gosh, I'm lost in the numbers, 10.1.
Second.
Please vote.
Hooray!
5 ayes. Thank you. So next we move on to consent agenda. We don't have anything, there is no consent agenda.
There are no more items.
We're down to,
Staff is happy to share there's no more items.
okay. So if you don't mind, when we talk about board committee reports, announcements, requests, I have a request, and it's based on the board last week or last meeting approving an idea that I brought forward that we do a board self-evaluation. And you agreed to that. I moved forward based on Member Hill saying that April would not be, or February would not be advantageous or workable for him. Anyway, as we know, because we've been converging, we do have a facilitator from CSBA that's available on the 30th. That's 6 weeks away for a 3-hour workshop. And the 25th, are you available 25th? Okay, so we have 2 dates that CSBA and the board could be available. But well, it's consideration when you don't have everyone on board to be there. Could we have a discussion about that?
I'll say. May I?
Yeah.
I'd just like to say I appreciate you bringing this forward and working with CSBA to try to make this happen as soon as possible. I remember Hill last week saying February and April were out, and so I know that you focused on trying to find dates in March, which also gives us enough time to be able to complete the survey that we need to do and for them to tabulate. I'm fine with either one of those dates. I know it's one more weekday meeting, but it also is a week that we don't have any other things happening in terms of meetings, which I think is good, trying to space them out so that we only have one a week at the most, I think is important. So I'm fine with either one of those dates.
Can you quickly remind me of the options? I'm sorry, I missed them.
March 25th and March 30th.
25th and 30th. I could make either one. I'm available either time.
And I'm not available on March 30th. We had talked about that previously.
You're not available.
I am not available March 30th.
Then it would be March 25th. Member Hill, could you possibly make it? It's 3 hours on a weeknight that is kind of the 5th week of the month. It's a long one. Thank you. Okay, appreciate it. So, I'll move forward. The next thing that'll happen is that we will open a 2-week window and CSBA will send a survey to us where we will do some ranking. From there, they will compile the survey and send us back anonymously the results that will help form the discussion on the 25th. And I think it's going to be a good experience for us, and thank you all for agreeing to do this. Okay, I'll move on to, I was going this way before, wasn't I? So I start with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think just in my concluding comments for today, I just think all of us, myself included, we all just got to work on over communicating. I think, I'm not happy with the way the conversation went tonight, and I know we can all do better. And I think it's just about increasing the overall, quantity and quality of communication that we can all have with each other. Personally, I'm always open to speaking with anybody that wants to reach out to me. Send me an email. We'll schedule a phone call, and I'm always happy to hear anybody's perspective. I think we just need to continue working on our communication within the district. It builds trust. It allows us to have more clarity as we're making decisions that impact people, that impact students. So I think that's just my overall thought for tonight, is that I think today's conversation revealed a need for all of us, myself included, to just work on communicating more than we need to, more than we think we need to, with everybody involved in a decision-making process, so that we can just have a more seamless, more collaborative, and more clear decision-making process when it comes to important things like the budget. So that's all that I wanted to say.
Thank you. Member Hill?
Yeah, thank you, President Thomas. So I'm old school, and that's because I'm old. And one of the things I'd like to talk about is some of the recent protests that have been going on. And one of the things that's important, for people to understand about me is I'm a proud American, and I believe that it's a free country, and that you can express any viewpoint that you want, and that's what makes our country great. But at the same time, because I'm old school, I think that there's a time and a place. And I think that that these days, and this is my feeling as an educator, that we are not properly preparing our kids for what the real life is going to be like afterwards. And I see issues where oftentimes there's a lack of appreciation for authority, and there's a lack of appreciation for rules. And I think that some of the things that have been recently going on in terms of the protests with our students have kind of crossed that boundary. But what I think it's important for us as adults is, in real life, when you get a job, you cannot go and tell your boss, I'm not coming to work today. I'm going to a protest. Now, if your boss is understanding and they support it, that's not a problem. But most bosses are paying you to be there and to do a job. And so if you decide that you're going to leave, it's a free country. You can do it. But there are oftentimes consequences. And your boss may not pay you for that day. They might terminate you. And so therefore, as adults, if we want to protest, if we want to exercise our free speech rights, and we want to keep our job, oftentimes we will do our protests before work, or after work, or on the weekend. But we're not gonna go and leave our job. And if we do, we know that there's going to be potentially consequences. And I think that our students need to understand that they have a job, even though they may not recognize it. And that job is that they're supposed to go to school, and they're supposed to be learning things. And certainly learning happens all the time, including outside of school, but there's some very specific things that need to happen in school. And so I'm disappointed, and I think that we tried to make some accommodations at the high school, and Principal Murphy tried to create an opportunity for kids to go out into the track and to exercise their free speech rights, which was great. But from my understanding, reports that I've heard, that we had a bunch of kids go and mob the exits, and I want to remind everybody that we have a closed campus at our high school, and they overran our student monitors. They were using their cell phones to take pictures, and so it was a flagrant violation of authority. It was a dangerous situation, and in real life, if you do that, right, it's not a peaceful protest anymore. It's a riot, and you get arrested. And so I really think that we need to be sending these messages to our kids that, again, we live in a free country. You have a right to your viewpoints, but you also have to follow the rules. And that, again, I think that there need to be consequences if we start to violate some of these things. And I think at the high school that needs to be communicated, because if we don't train our kids now, they're not going to be prepared for real life where the consequences are much greater. So thank you. That's my input.
Thank you. Member Anguiano?
Good evening to everyone. Really appreciate the time and thank you for all coming out. I just want to mention that we are in the month of February celebrating Black History celebrations around the community. Also next week, we do celebrate Chinese New Year, and we do see a lot of artwork, a lot of culture sharing with our community, and also our schools are sharing art, are sharing music, and this is what we need to do better and more of, so we go ahead and learn from each other and continue to grow as a human race. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to follow up on kind of Member Hills. Last Friday, I did attend the assembly at the high school, and it was a real opportunity to hear some very passionate students speak their mind. I'd say there was about a dozen students who spoke, expressing their personal feelings regarding ICE's actions. They expressed their anger, their frustration, and sadness over how ICE is abusing their power, killing unnecessarily, separating families, brutalizing innocent people. I felt the speakers were prepared, passionate. They prepared passionate speeches and really urged their fellow students to speak their truth. And so the assembly went really, I felt it went very well. It was very calm. Students exited out of the stands. And then we kind of stood around a little bit and just watched what was happening at the gates. There were kids who hung back and kind of waited, weren't sure what they were going to do, and then they'd walk forward, and then they'd have a little conversation, and some of them were in a group talking with the mayor, and then a few of them decided to go out the gate. A few of them turned, came back, and came back on campus. And some did go out and kind of stand in the median of the street right out in front of the high school parking lot. And they rallied a little bit, and then they came, half of them came back through the gates. They were maybe out there 10, 15 minutes, if that. And that seemed to be, I was like, oh, I'm pretty proud of how well they're expressing themselves, but they weren't getting violent about it until I started to walk to the car. And then I saw the gate being rushed over past the library. And they really did rush the gate, and there was probably about 50 to 60 kids at that point who did, I doubt they went back. And that was unfortunate. I was so proud of the students up until I saw that gate getting rushed. But overall, I felt like Principal Murphy really did provide an avenue for kids to speak their truth and to express their feelings, and that was very powerful to be able to witness that. So, I want to thank the students who did speak for having the strength to get up there and to talk about, sometimes it was personal experiences, but just how they felt about the situation, and I appreciated that. So that's all.
Well, I'd like to continue a little since I didn't get to add. I attended the art display at the high school last week, and it was amazing. They had drummers, very talented drummers from our band. They had choraleers performing. There was painting. There was sculpture. We have so many talented students, and the artwork they displayed was amazing. So I really enjoyed that. I agree with Mr. Hill that students were told what the ramifications were going to be if they left campus without permission, and those that did need to be dealt with and be Saturday school or whatever the problems they caused. We have to deal with that. They have to suffer the consequences. Having said that, thanks everyone for tonight's meeting and for, no, I'm gonna give it to her.
Oh,
I'm not done yet. I just wanted to say thanks everyone for discussions this evening, and progress we made, and I'm glad we were able to speak our minds on the cuts. It's a difficult subject to deal with every year. Okay, Superintendent.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. First of all, thank you for your comments with regards to student walkouts. We do have some rules and regulations within this. You have board policy that's very, very clear. You do have a closed campus policy. However, there's SB 955 out there, which is a piece of legislation that allows for students to have a day of protest. However, they've got to be able to ask for permission to be able to do that in advance. We created an avenue for that to be able to happen with our students. I thought the students initially were very respectful about what they wanted to be able to do in their intentions. It sounds like the speeches went well overall, although I did hear that there were some elements of profanity that had nothing at all to do with ICE or what that particular piece was. Instead, it was more directed to district personnel, which I think was not okay. That is not what the purpose of that was, and I was disappointed to see that. This is the time that we want to be able to show respect in peaceful demonstrations when we're out there. Much like our middle school students that we did not expect to walk. In fact, it's the first time our middle school students have ever walked. To be honest, it kind of took us back for a second to figure out, when we wanted to make sure they were safe, and we wanted to make sure that somebody from the outside wasn't going to interfere with them. And also, it was very clear they didn't know where they were going. And so there had been, one rumor that at the end of the day at the middle school that it was going to happen at the end of the day when school was out, that they were going to turn left and go to the community park. In this case, the students, when they did leave during lunchtime, they actually turned right. It was heading towards City Hall. They then decided not to go to City Hall. Instead, they deterred to that, and they turned to the left, and they went across the street, and then, up the hillside, and then, made their way to the high school. In that route, many of the students did not know why they had even left in the conversation. That was quite interesting. And then some of them were really complaining because it was just a really hot day, and they wanted to know, how far they were going to have to walk. So, from the voice of middle school students, I think some knew what they were doing, but many did not. We felt it was important to make sure that we communicated with our parents, and I will say that our principal at the middle school, Mr. Guarino, has reached out to parents that has invited them to reach out to him. He's responded to everybody to talk with them about what had occurred, what the rumors were. There's rumors that this was staff-led. It was not staff-led. I want to be very clear about that. But however, staff did kind of stand in the background to kind of make sure that kids were going to be safe and stay up on the sidewalk. That's something that we wouldn't do probably in the future. Our role is to stay on campus and to protect our campus. And that safety piece is really important. Mr. Murphy, or Dr. Murphy, is planning on following the rules for students that left campus and they're unattended for. He'll be calling them in, and they'll be having a conversation. He's also let students know that they signed a contract at the beginning of the year with regards to some of the graduation activities that will be happening, and he's going to continue to enforce that. And then, they have had their day. And so, that was arranged, and, students had a chance to be able to participate in that. It did not include leaving school. That was not part of the work plan that they had, for the protest plan that they had planned. So leaving campus was a whole other element that was not out there. I realize that kids get caught up in the moment, but I think this is a learning experience, and I think it's something that we need to make sure that in order for everybody to be safe, and I really want to be able to express safety, I think is probably foremost the most important thing. Some of these demonstrations get way out of hand, and the idea is that we want to make sure that our kids can have a voice, and I think they've had that, and I'm glad they've made their expressions. And I want to thank the board for for your input and your guidance on this, and to make sure that we stay with our board policies. And we're doing our very best to make sure that those are implemented and that we are communicating that with our families and with our students.
And one thing, Superintendent, I apologize for interrupting, but so you talked about this law that allows for the day of protest. But I'm imagining that there's also probably some language in there that talks about how you actually give release to the students. And the thing that's important, and that maybe not everybody in the public knows, is that we have a duty, right, in loco parentis, right? We are in the place. We are in the place of their parents, and so to let somebody just go off campus with no parental permission and whatever, I mean, theoretically, we have liability associated with that. So if it's going to happen, there needs to be an orderly process for how this works.
That's correct. So thank you for that input. I appreciate that. To the speakers this evening, I want to thank you for your comments. This is a very difficult process. Trust me, it's not one that I enjoy doing. It's tough. It's been very, very difficult as we navigate this. And I do appreciate the passion and the concerns as to how certain jobs are going to get done. And so I do appreciate the comments from the speakers here this evening. Appreciate the board taking the time. I know you've been asked a lot of questions. We're doing our very best to try to respond and try to provide additional clarity.
Okay, with that, meeting adjourned. Thank you. Let's see, I'm going to give it to you. She's the keeper. Thanks, everyone.
Good evening. I'm going to put the things back for the city council people.
Yeah.
What's that?
Turn so the city council members have these packets. So this one was the one.
For their meeting.
Yeah, this is right.
Would the water come out forward?